All right, good evening. I want to call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Monday, November 5th. Clerk?
11 are present, Your Honor.
All right, 11 of you have logged in. So we've got obviously a quorum and we'll continue. If you now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, today, as we do every day, we ask for you to be with us and strengthen us as we make decisions to better the community of Green Bay. Let us be mindful of your gifts that you've given each one of us. Next week, we celebrate Veterans Day. It's because of our veterans and you that we have the freedoms we enjoy each and every day. Bless all our veterans and their families with peace and knowledge that they are respected and appreciated for their courage and efforts. Tonight, we also pray for the families who've lost loved ones in some of the most horrific events over the past few weeks. The shootings in Philadelphia, the plane crash that took 188 lives, and here closer to home, the tragedy that took the lives of 3 Girl Scouts. Help their families and help us, each, to strengthen our faith in each other and a stronger faith in you. As always, we ask you to continue to watch over all those who serve in our armed forces, especially those serving on the USS Green Bay. We ask this in your name. Amen. All right. So, what are your wishes regarding the approval of the minutes of October 16th? There's a motion by Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderman Galvin to approve the minutes of the October 16th meeting. Any questions here? See no lights, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. And now on to the minutes of the October 22nd special meeting. Motion by Alderman Nicholson, second by Alderperson Dorf. See no lights here, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, so the minutes of the 16th and 22nd have been approved. We're now on to approval of the agenda. Motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Stoyer. Do you want to handle differently here? All right, seeing no lights, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and the agenda before you has been approved.
Report by the mayor.
Just 3 things I want to mention. First of all, as you can tell, Vanessa Chavez is not here, and she had a baby boy on Saturday, so we're very happy for her, Levi, and they'll be coming home today. So all is well with the Chavez family. I just want to mention that there's a lot of events coming up, and really just tell your constituents and your neighborhood associations really to go online. Everything from the peace tree lighting, obviously the parade that's coming up. It's just on Broadway, the lighting, and that's important that we attend that. But 2 things I really want to mention. The Ethics in Business Award Luncheon is this Thursday, November 8th, and that's a relatively new event, 6-7 years old, and they just honor the ethics of businesses and really talk about, like you learned in law school, the integrity and ethical decisions that we're faced with. And this year's recipient for the individual is our own Chief Smith. So isn't that awesome? This guy's going to be the most outstanding individual ethics person, and congratulations, Chief. We look forward to your dinner, or your lunch. Thanks. And then secondly, just Veterans Day, as I mentioned in my invocation, we're going to, of course it's the 11th, but in this town we moved it to the 12th, and so that's going to be on Monday. And at 10 o'clock at Shopko Hall is a nice event to honor the veterans, and we'll be recognizing some of the people there. And then at 4 o'clock that evening at UWGB there is a program honoring the veteran students at UWGB. So I would just... if you could attend that, that's on Monday, November 12th this year. And like I mentioned, just the tree lighting, the parade on the 17th are just all activities that I think would be great to see each other at. That would conclude my report.
We're on to announcements.
Is there somebody? Was it? not getting this on when I hit refresh. Okay, all right, I'm sorry, there we go. Alderperson Dorff.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just neglected to do something last Tuesday at the Joint Finance Personnel Committee meeting, and I really would like to thank Alder Stoyer, Alder Johnson, Alder Scannell, Alder Vanderleest, Alder Stevens, Alder LaFave, Alder Galvin, and Alder Corpus Dax for coming to that meeting. I meant to do that at the end of the meeting, and we kind of ended pretty fast. So I just really appreciated you giving of your time, and your constituents should also appreciate that you came and you gave such great input. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, clerk, we can continue. Oh, Alderman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke with a few of you before the meeting, but the Broadway District has been named one of 41 national finalists for a grant from the Levitt Foundation out of California. And so it's to bring in a 10-week concert series to Green Bay that would bring in some nationally recording artists that are kind of on the cusp of becoming big. For us to become eligible, though, we need to place in the top 25 for online votes. So I handed out some cards to a number of you. I ran out. I apologize, but once you've voted, please pass those on. LevittAmp.org is where you can go to vote, and let's get Green Bay in the top 25.
All right, cool. Is that one of those things you can vote every day?
Once.
Oh, just once?
I like that.
Per email address?
Per email address. Per email.
Yes.
Just with voting coming up, we should like that too. So. Okay, clerk, that's Alderman Johnson. Okay, let's continue.
We're on to public hearings.
I have one. I pressed it one more time.
All right, Alderperson Dorff?
I need to amend my thanks. I forgot Alder Burnett. Thank you, Alder Burnett.
All right. He looked a little disheveled, so, okay, good. Thank you for doing that.
We're now into public hearings. Zoning ordinance number 16-18, an ordinance rezoning property located at 2405 West Mason Street, frontage road from Business Park District to General Commercial District. And planning ordinance number 4-18, an ordinance amending the official map of the city of Green Bay by closing the unimproved portion of Kellogg Street. And the third one is public hearing of the 2019 proposed city of Green Bay budget.
All right, so we're on to the public hearing portion of the city council meeting. And as the clerk stated, there's a zoning ordinance, a planning ordinance. And then the floor is also open to hear from the public regarding the 2019 proposed city budget. So if there's anyone here who would like to speak to any of those three items, if you just want to come up to the podium and keep your remarks to a couple, 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it. So again, anybody want to speak from the public on zoning ordinance 16-18, planning ordinance 4-18, or any comments on the proposed city budget? Anyone want to talk? Just come on up to the podium, state your name and address, please.
Pressure 1111 Doty. The budget you have and the problems you have, the city council's created it themselves. And that's with your TIF districts and everything else. You guys, when we were buying and tear down houses, I tried to get the planning commission to tell us how much it improved the neighborhoods, and they would not tell us. They would not, because if they did and it wasn't feasible, we'd quit it. And when you do TIFs, you keep saying in the paper $129,000 for the shipyard. You won't see that for 20 years. And a lot of the projects are 20 years, and you just closed 2 big TIF districts that didn't make a dime. They lost money, and one that just broke even. And your sister, you can't keep doing this and put it off for 20 years. And it's still coming due. We were doing it, and it still hasn't covered the cost because you never see it. You get new buildings, but the roads aren't being fixed. Firemen aren't being paid. Less policemen, less everything. And you got to sit there and quit. It looks good because you do all these buildings, but it gives you absolutely nothing. And when I was at an RDA meeting, they were clapping their hands because Goodwill bought the Best Buy building out on West Mason. And I looked at the next guy, and I was the alderman in the city of Green Bay. I said, you know, you got out of that? Zero. It's a nonprofit. It doesn't pay taxes. And you have a lot of it down here. And just like the Schauer and Schumacher, you want to turn it over to maybe a dance thing. You know what you'll get for it? Zero. You're still paying off the Meyer Theater when you renovated for this guy that wants a new office building on the other side. And what you get out of it is it's a nonprofit, you get zero. And you can't keep doing that and expect you to have a budget that balances. You got to start asking the questions and see what it gives in a few years and if it's going to pay anything. If you would run your business like this, you'd all be out of business. So you got to either start changing it. I would like to see a development, but this is free enterprise. Why in the hell are we keep paying 20% or 25% of all these things? If they want to do it and it's such a big thing, the downtown's worth so much, they should be clamoring to sit there and do it. And all you have to do is give it to them. But you're paying them to do it. Then it can't be very profitable land. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Anyone else want to speak to the budget or the other two items? Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, clerk?
We're on to ordinances, second reading for adoption. You may under suspension of the rules take up items 1 and 2 with a roll call vote.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderman Galvin to suspend the rules for that purpose. All in favor of suspension, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, rules are suspended.
In regards to, let's pull it back up. Zoning ordinance 1618, the rezoning property 2405 West Mason Street. The applicant asked that that be, the second reading for adoption be held.
All right. So somebody make that. Okay. All right. There's a motion by Alderman Nicholson and seconded by Alderman Vanderleest to hold ordinance 16-18, which is item 1 for second reading. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. So that motion's, that item is held. Is it held till the next council meeting, or is it going back, or?
On that, they want to hold to the second session in February.
All right. So noted.
I talked to Mr. Peter.
All right.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Also, email me.
All right, thank you. Then we'll note that. All right, so on the floor right now is planning ordinance 4-18. There was a motion, a second, and if you'd use the motion by Alderman Scannell.
Second.
Is that you? Alderman Stevens. If you use the board on this, please. Right, very good. And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Report of the Improvement and Service Committee, October 29, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell and second by Alderman Weary to approve the report of the Improvement and Service Committee. That was for the meeting held on October 29th. Any items in this report, this is Report J, that you'd like to handle separately? All right, seeing no lights, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved.
Report of the Protection and Policy Committee, October 22nd, 2018.
All right, we have a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Craig Stevens to approve Report K, which is the Report of Protection and Policy Committee. That was for their meeting held on October 22nd. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? 4. Item 4? That's a referral.
I still want to.
All right, that's fine.
I want to understand it. I called and I talked to Chris Teskey about it.
Well, just wait, okay, 4. I just,
9.
all right, so item 4 was pulled by Alderperson LaFave, item 9 by Alderman Weary. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. All items have been approved with the exception of 4 and 9. What are your wishes regarding item 4? All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Stoyer to approve item 4. Alderperson LaFave.
Yes, when I When I read the thing, I didn't quite get it, so I called Chris Teskey, and she said it would actually be not just for picking up groceries, it would be for liquor also. Yes, and I definitely do not approve of that. We went through this before. There was was it Walmart wanted to do it, and we said no. And I don't believe that we should be doing drive-through to get their liquor. I'm sorry, I just will not approve that.
But
So
Alder-
I know it goes to referral, so
Okay,
I will
that's
show
what,
up.
the
but I
motion is to
wanted
refer, then it's gonna come back here, and then we're going to vote
Yes,
on
and I
it,
wanted to
but,
let know that my unapproval.
okay, thank you. All right, see no other lights. All in favor of referral of item 4, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Item 4 has been approved. What are your wishes regarding item 9? It's a motion by Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderman Stevens. Alderman Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, my only comment is that I would like this displayed, the vote on this item. Thanks.
All right, will do. Yep, Alderman Vanderleest. If you just click your light, I'll be right there. Alderman Vanderleest.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that the request was made to change the ordinance from $1,000 to $500. I talked to the district attorney and to the sheriff, and they weren't in harmony with this. They think of it as a tool and, as a deterrent. And I don't know why the city of Green Bay is, moving forward when they're really not in conjunction with the district attorney or the sheriff. I don't think Chief Smith has signed in on, what he feels. But I think Green Bay does have a drug and alcohol problem. I think that reducing the fines, I don't think has any real merit to it. The police department and the sheriff's department, they don't always give a fine of $1,000. They use their discretion. In some cases, they would like to have a heftier fine. And I think that I'm going to follow suit with the sheriff and the district attorney. And as far as I think that we're sending the wrong message here in the community, and that's my thoughts on that.
All right, thank you.
I will not support number 9. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alderman Nicholson.
Thank you, Mayor. What are all the changes to this ordinance or policy?
Let me do that. You want to do that? Why don't I have the city attorney?
Thank you.
So, in general, it basically reduces the penalties for marijuana possession under 28 grams. It lowers the fine amount from $1,000 to $500 for possession in public, to $250 for possession in a private residence. It removes the requirement that a municipal citation has to be referred for criminal charges after the first offense. It removes the penalty of suspension of a driver's license and instead puts in community service in lieu of or conjunction with a fine as a penalty.
Okay. So what's the purpose of this?
Just to basically lessen the severity of the fines and the penalties while still
And is there any
keeping it.
logic behind this that it will do what?
Essentially, it just lessens the burden, the financial burden of individuals.
I mean, will this
getting-
deter more people?
I think the deterrence would still be the same. I would maybe defer to the police department for input on that. But essentially, it's just decriminalizing, not legalizing in any way. It's still a crime in the state of Wisconsin, so it's not legalizing. It's just lessening the severity of the fines.
Out of the $1,000 right now, what does that cover? Court costs?
That is not court costs, so that's just the ticket amount, correct. Court
Okay.
costs always get added on if the citation is objected to.
Okay, what does the $1,000 cover then?
It's just revenue. It doesn't necessarily cover any
revenue.
expense. Correct.
Revenue
It's
to-
just a penalty.
Okay. So it's revenue to the city?
I believe it goes to Muni Court.
It goes right to Judge Hansen's budget?
Correct.
Okay. And then he utilizes that revenue to what he believes should be spent then?
Correct.
Okay. Like what, salaries?
I'm not sure what his
Does
constraints
he have
are.
witness
on-
protection? Does he have,
I don't believe he has witness
budget's in the
protection, no.
book, but-
Right.
well, I'd like to have it stated for the record. I know it's in the book.
I'm not sure how that gets divvied up in his budget.
Okay. Is Judge Hansen here?
I don't see him.
Okay. All right, and then you mentioned something about driver's license. Can you
Yes, so.
expand on that, please?
Right, so currently, in the current ordinance, license suspension is a potential penalty. However, in checking with, the prosecutor and with the municipal court clerk, it's never issued.
It's never issued.
Nope,
Okay. So basically, the
not
judge
for
can.
this, anyway.
Okay. So, basically, the judge can use it for discretionary
Correct.
purposes. Okay. And this is basically less than 28 grams, nothing above 28 grams.
Correct.
And then what does it do on the second violation?
So, right now, the way that it's currently set up, a second violation for less than 25 grams automatically gets referred for criminal charges. So you can
Okay.
only get one municipal citation for possession. With the changes implemented as proposed, it would be up to the discretion of the arresting officer whether to refer those charges to criminal court or whether to issue the person or the offender another municipal citation.
Okay. So basically, what does the police department, what do they utilize out of the, this violation right now? I mean, basically, do they write the citations right to $1,000?
My understanding is that they typically do not max out the penalty. I think it hovers around, I don't know the exact number, but I think it usually is around $600 plus court cost.
$600. Okay. And then with the second violation, what are the penalties to the second violation right now?
So a
Before the
second
changes.
violation would be referred to the district attorney's office to charge for criminal.
And then this will eliminate it if we have the
Correct.
change.
Right, they could still be referred for criminal charges, but it's up to the discretion of the officer.
It's up to the
Whether it
officer.
being, right, instead of it being an automatic referral.
Okay. Can the judge, the municipal judge right now, if during the change, if there is a change to this particular issue, can he issue it right to the DA's office? Does he have that discretion?
I do not believe the judge would. It would be up to the municipal prosecutor or the officer at the time of writing the ticket.
Okay, the prosecutor
Once-
of the
once
officer.
it's in front of the
Okay.
judge, the judge
So
is
there's someone
deciding
in
it.
authority that could.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right,
Very
thank you. Anything else? Good? All right. I'm good right now, Mayor. All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to Alderman Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm in favor of parts of this change, but I'm not in favor of other parts. I don't have an issue lowering the maximum down to $500. When you consider with the cost, a guy making $15 an hour, that's an entire week's worth of wages. And that's pretty hard for an individual to lose a week's worth of wages for a citation like that. I have no problem taking out the driving restriction. We don't always know who the judge is gonna be, and if we got a judge in there that start taking away people's means of getting to work, again, it reduces their ability to support themselves and pay off the fine. The $250 in the residence, I can't agree with that. I went into too many homes when I was on the job where there were children present that were subjected to secondhand smoke from marijuana. There's plenty of stories in the paper about children coming in contact with these products, and I understand there's other charges for that, but I think we need to treat it the same in the home as we do on the street. You know, hopefully the state will, in the near future, make some decisions on this, especially as it relates to medical marijuana. But until then, I don't think we should be reducing it to the point where it's almost why have it? And so I'm not going to support this ordinance as it's listed right now. And I'd be willing to make an amendment to take it up to $500 so it matches what it is if they were caught with it on the street.
All right. So we have a motion by Alderman Galvin, second by Alderman Scannell, to amend ordinance 20-17 by taking the private fine equal to the public fine, which is $500, whether you're caught in public or in private. Right?
Yes.
So we're going to discuss that amendment right now, and then we're going to vote on it, and then we get back to the ordinance. So I know there's a couple of you that wanted to speak. Does anybody want to speak to this amendment? Alderman Scannell? Go ahead.
I know there are people here who would like to speak on this, and I think maybe now would be a good time to open the floor so we can hear what they think about the amendment too.
Okay, so we have a motion by Alderman Nicholson, second by Alderman Stoyer to open the floor to hear from interested parties. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Floor is open. Why is there so much feedback? The floor is now open to hear from the public. We're discussing General Ordinance 27-18, which is amending 27.902, Paren 2 of the Green Bay Municipal Code, replacing penalties for marijuana possession, previously discussed at the October 8th Protection and Policy Committee. If anyone wants to speak to this, you can hold your remarks 3 minutes. We'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
Well, good evening. My name is Don Radford, 408 South Van Buren Street, Apartment 1, Green Bay, of course. And I'd like to thank the council for taking this matter up. I think it's long overdue, and however this goes tonight, I'm just glad we're thinking about it and giving it some serious thought. You know, we have a philosophy in this country, at least I grew up with, that the punishment must fit the crime. You know, this just appeals to, I think, the average citizen's sense of fair play. Now, not only do many people think this is no longer as severe a crime, but there are many who say it should just no longer be a crime. I wish the election had been the day before this, so I could give you firm numbers. It's going to have to wait till tomorrow, I'm afraid. Now, some people do say the penalties must be severe, very severe. For the people I hear talking that way, I get the impression I'm hearing from people who would cheerfully prescribe a death penalty for parking violations. I just cannot take them seriously. As for the notion that this sends a message, it certainly does send a message. It sends a message that the leadership of this city has a grasp upon reason. You know, when we hear propaganda from people like at the top of the Justice Department saying that marijuana is worse than heroin, which is laughable, their credibility suffers, and that incredibility leaches from the head down, taints entire organizations. It erodes public trust and the respect we have for these organizations, most notably law enforcement, who everybody kind of, is face to face with on it. Anyway, I do encourage you to approve the decriminalization measure as it was brought here, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this?
Wendy Coriel, 1473 Grignon Street. Good evening. I'm an IT professional, and I'm here to speak in favor of decriminalization of cannabis. While I think reduced fines and lack of jail time is a good start, I'd actually like to see you go further. I'd like to see the fine for possessing 28 grams or less to be a $0 fine, like Minocqua has, regardless of where the possession takes place. As some of you know, I have MS, which is a neurological disorder that destroys the myelin sheath of the nerves and spinal cord. The MS Society supports a patient's right to use cannabis in legal states, but since we don't have one of those yet, it's up to the Green Bay City Council to protect people like me for suffering negative consequences for trying to reduce our suffering. $0 fines for cannabis also make sense recreationally, considering the fact we live in the drunkest city in the U.S. I lost my first stepfather to alcoholism when he died from having a grand mal seizure due to withdrawals. And alcohol played a role in my second stepfather's nearly losing his life. Cannabis, on the other hand, has never taken a life. Maybe it's time to give people a choice to make their own adult decisions in this matter. I hope one of you throws out an amendment to bring the fine down to $0 for debate and vote. I'd at least like to see the debate on a $0 fine. If nothing else comes of it, I'd at least like to hear you debate it. That'd be pretty cool. I know that you have a budget tonight, so I really do thank you for taking this up this evening.
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this general ordinance 27-18? Anyone else?
Motion to return to the regular order of business.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, second by Alderperson LaFave to return to regular order of business. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, ayes have it. We're back in regular session. And Alderman Scannell, you had the floor.
So, yes, about the amendment, I'm fine with the amendment. I don't, for me, the fine always was, whatever was going to work for everyone would be fine with me. If staff would have said, and Judge Hanson and the police chief would have said it needs to be 1,000, I would have stayed with 1,000. If they'd have said it could go to 0 or 100, my sister, I would have gone with that. So we came up with 500, and it was actually during committee and talking with the public that they suggested that we looked at, I forget which municipality had a separate fine, a lesser fine for in the home, and we looked at that, and so we thought, well, we'll put it in and see where it goes. But for me, that the fine is really the last piece of the puzzle that I'm concerned with. Is much more the others. So if the council feels that it's necessary to raise the fine to 500 for within the home, I certainly would support that too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm Alderman Nicholson. I just want to note that the judge is in the house now. If you,
Thank you.
all right, we'll go to Alderman Galvin.
Your Honor, I just wanted to say too that I was contacted by some residents within my district, a total of 3 households, totaling 3 people that were against, or that were for decriminalization, Wendy being one of them, and then 2 that were against. So out of all the information that has been out there, that's all I've been contacted on this issue. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Vanderleest, did you want to comment on the amendment?
I just want to mention one thing, that to bring the council aware that if the city of Green Bay changes this ordinance, all our surrounding Brown County municipalities, Denmark, Pulaski, they're going to be on the old system rather than the current system that we have right now. It does send a message that, Green Bay is not, in other words, it's okay in Green Bay, but not in these other communities. So myself, I feel that I don't want to change what's going on right now in Brown County. Green Bay is a big part of Brown County, and all the other municipalities are as well. So I just want council to be aware of that.
All right. So the amendment on the floor is amending General Ordinance 27-18 to increasing the fine for private use to the same as public use, so from $250 to $500. So we're going to vote on that amendment to see how that goes, and then we're going to go back to the general ordinance. So if you want to use the board here, a yes vote increases the fine from, or rearranges the fine.
Do you have me registered at all?
I do.
Thank you.
No, you're not on there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So basically, at a committee, it went to $250, and the motion is $500 just for marijuana seen in the house?
No, it would be if an officer enters the home and finds marijuana under 28 grams, with the amendment, the maximum fine would be $500 plus cost. Prior to that, the proposal was $250 plus cost.
Right. That was,
Outside the home, it was for $500 plus cost. I just wanted the 2 to match.
but I thought it was $1,000 when this first started.
Right now,
that's
it currently is $1,000 plus cost,
in the house and on the street?
yes.
Okay,
And it was also for 25 grams, not 28.
right. Now, why 500 bill? Why are you,
In my opinion, the average guy out there working is making 15, 20 bucks an hour. A $500 fine plus cost is over $800. That's a week's worth of wages before anything's taken out of it. To me, that's a pretty stiff fine for a guy that's just trying
Right.
to, make a living and support himself. And I don't
Okay.
wanna put anyone in a position where they lose their home or they lose their apartment or something because they have to pay these fines.
okay. I guess, Mayor, I disagree with this. I got law enforcement background. I saw numerous times marijuana, other drugs, but let's just stick to marijuana. I mean, really, you ask yourself, you have marijuana in your house, which is an illegal drug, and you have your children see you using it. To me, that's not a responsible parent. I can't even fathom my parents having any marijuana in the house. I can't fathom my kids looking at me, ex-officer, having marijuana in the house. It's a illegal substance. Now, if it's legal, that's a different story. But it's illegal. I can't comprehend this. I think it's irresponsible to have an illegal substance in a house with children or teenagers or even young 20-year-old children or young adults that you're trying to raise. This shows irresponsibility. I just don't understand this. I don't see how this is accomplishing anything. Actually, I like to see the fines even higher. But like I said, that's my opinion. I come from a law enforcement background. I'm not going to support this unless this is a legal substance, but it's illegal. Please ask yourself, Mayor, Alderman, Alderwomen, really? I have marijuana in the house and I'm going to let my kids see me smoke an illegal substance. The difference between this and alcohol is legal. Marijuana is not. And that's the issue I cannot get past. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. You understand it's still illegal? It's just the fine. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Alderman Johnson.
I'm not going to support this amendment. And look, I'm not here to debate whether or not the use of this is illegal. We know it's illegal. That's not the issue. The issue here is, does the penalty fit the crime? You know what? Speeding is illegal. We don't give out $1,000 penalties for speeding. I mean, and I tell you what, I'd argue that speeding is far more dangerous to the residents in our community, far more dangerous to the residents in residential neighborhoods and kids playing on streets than someone who wants to engage in something in their personal residence. I'm not going to support this because to me this isn't about an assessment and a judgment on whether or not a drug is illegal. It's an assessment about whether or not this is the appropriate penalty. We've talked about a couple of things out here. You know, I mean, the sheriff and the DA not being on the same page, that's Brown County. I'm not sure what that has to do with Green Bay. We've talked about it being a deterrent. I would ask you to raise your hands. How many here knew what the penalty was before the discussion on this issue ever began? If you don't know what the penalty is, how is it a deterrent? How is it a deterrent when you don't know what the penalty is going to be? This is something that across the country, I mean, you are seeing discussions about how this is not a gateway drug. That theory has been debunked many times. This is, I mean, alcohol and tobacco kill far more people than this substance ever has. And yet we are not passing legislation to ban those things. Maybe that ought to be the next discussion then. But until that happens, I'm not going to support penalizing people beyond what's just. And that's what we heard discussed today, is what is just. And because of that, I'm not going to support the amendment. I am going to support the item when it comes back up, but that's all I got right now.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Alderman Vanderleest, are you done? Well, we're gonna have to open the floor for the judge. What, Alderman Vanderleest, go ahead. The judge is here.
Thank you.
What, he's right behind you. What question do you have?
Judge Hanson,
Here, talking to your mic so we can all hear.
I'd like to have him give us a brief, how it plays out as far as the cases go. He's handling all the cases. I'd like to hear what he has to say, if he's for reducing the fines or if he's not for reducing the fines.
Judge, you understand we're talking about the marijuana ordinance, and there's a couple things in the ordinance that are being proposed. One is to make the fine from $1,000 to $500 for public use and $250 in the private home. There's an amendment on the floor right now to bring the private home use of $250 parallel with the public use, so that the maximum fine the officers could issue would be $500. And the alderman's asking, I think, your opinion on it.
I'm okay with whatever the council proposes here. I do use discretion while I'm on the bench, depending on the person here. The bonds are set. That's really the starting point of where things happen. I mean, the officers, if they find this in the home or outside, they've got to set the fines. This is the starting point where a police officer sets that fine and just takes the bond and puts it into play where the tickets show up in front of me. Now, the other thing that happens out there is there's typically two tickets that go along with this. There's typically a possession charge and there's a drug paraphernalia charge, okay? So typically it's a double whammy. So you could be talking, at your $500 plus costs, it's an $880 fine on each one of those, okay? I think it's on the drug paraphernalia $691. So a drunk driving charge is $800 to $900 based on guidelines set by the Brown County District Court, which is consistent throughout Brown County. So if you put it in perspective, and I frequently do, I say to myself, is this similar to a drunk driving charge? So not just Alderman Johnson's speeding charge, but is it comparable, and we try to put things on a judicial side, comparable to make it a penalty that's comparable. So frequently I look at the individual and those fines get lower, so I'm okay with it. It's being legalized throughout the U.S. It's not going to change in Wisconsin until the federal law changes, okay? And it's just not going to happen in Wisconsin. So that's my 2 cents on it. Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me. I'll still continue to dispense justice based on what I see that comes before me.
Are you in favor of changing the ordinance?
Yeah, as I say, you typically see both tickets come at you. So really what's coming at you is $1,760, where a first-time drunk driving charge is $900. That's to put it in perspective.
Right. Get the amendment. Okay. Thank you, Judge. All right. Alderman Johnson, do you want to speak again on that?
Just another question.
That's fine. Hang on. Go ahead.
Judge Hanson, if an individual is pulled over and deemed under the influence of marijuana, would they be charged with the DUI?
Yeah, that's it's drugs or alcohol.
Okay.
It's impaired driving, whether it's drugs or alcohol. That's part of an OWI, sure.
So regardless of what we would do with this ordinance today, that penalty would still be in place?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Did you like, Brian?
The vote's up, so I can't turn my light on. Yeah.
Oh, take the votes off. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. My question also is for Judge Hanson. Now, when the 2 citations are issued for possession and paraphernalia, I believe you said, you as a municipal judge, you have the discretion to reduce those fines as you see just, correct?
I frequently take that into account based on what I see. Yes.
When you say frequently, is that common? If you have 2 in excess of $800?
Yeah, they're appearing before me, and I take the circumstances into account. You got to remember, for all these tickets, you've got the typical batch of tickets that come in front of you and that are issued from the police department. I see maybe at best, 20% of those. So 80% are never going to see me. They just don't show up or something. 20% will come before me.
And those who come before you,
Yeah, we take a
show
look at
little
it and go from there.
Understand, looking at character,
Correct.
are they repentant, so, okay, thank you.
Alderperson Dorf, on the amendment?
Thank you. I would prefer to see all the penalties lower, so I'm not going to support the amendment to raise the penalty from $250 to $500. I like the explanation that the judge gave us. It was a very good explanation, and that just makes me feel even stronger about not supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Alderman Stoyer, the amendment?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do support the amendment. I think that, Officer Galvin Alderman Galvin was privy to a lot of these situations over time. I think it's important that we stay consistent, and we argued about this over a number of meetings, this entire situation. And it's still illegal. It is an illegal drug. We understand that. But I think under the circumstances, we're making a little bit of a switch here by lowering the fine a little bit. It's still illegal. It may become legal someday, but I think for now, it's still a bit of a onus on the individual. I think Judge Hanson brought up some good points, and I think it's up to the discretion of the judge as well, and the officer. We have to trust them that they'll do the right thing as well. So I'm in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Alderman Scannell, hang on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I just want to say that oh my God, I forgot. Hang on, give
No
me a second.
jokes.
I got a lot here, and it's all just all of a sudden hitting me.
Okay, this is on the amendment. We're going to go
Yes,
back to the
yes,
ordinance.
Yes, okay. The amendment was, part of what we were doing for reducing it was taking into consideration the medicinal use, which is usually in the home. That's why we went to a lower fine within the home. And I think to have it higher at 500, and if the judge knew it was for medicinal purposes, I think he would take that into consideration. I think I'm okay with it going up to 500 if that's what it takes to get this whole thing passed, because I think the other parts of it are far more important. And I trust our police department, I trust our judges that they will use discretion. And if someone is using medicinally, that they will be taking that into account and setting a fine accordingly. So if it's 500 straight across the board is what it needs to take to get the trick done, I'm fine with that. But that was the thinking behind reducing it for in the home. So thank you.
Thank you. You good?
No, I got one more thing.
All right. Go ahead.
So, listening to Alder Scannell, I don't want this whole thing to go away. I don't support raising it, and sometimes you vote for something that you don't support necessarily because you want the end result to be a certain way. Judge Hanson, do you take, if it's used medicinally, do you take that into consideration?
I do.
Okay. Then I'll have to think about how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Better think pretty quick, because you're the last light. Yeah, go ahead. Alderman Galvin.
This is for Judge Hanson. How did you determine that someone walks in and says, hey, it was for medicinal use?
After seeing a few thousand people in front of you, you kind of get a idea on credibility. You got to use your judgment on credibility.
So it's gut?
It's gut. Yeah, and it's also so you can line things up between what the officer said and are they consistent. The more details you get, the more likely that story is true. If they're just making general comments, and from what I've seen, the very detailed comments, they get very specific, and you have a good feeling that that's happening.
All right, and we don't have anything like the drug court is a circuit court program, isn't it?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Correct.
So you have no ability to refer or anything else like that
No,
in lieu of fines?
That's a circuit court judge.
If we do this with the community service, could you work that out? That maybe their community service is served at a treatment center or a counseling center?
Yeah, it's all You could. I certainly take any recommendation that I get from an officer. If they've got that in the report, I'm trying to follow and help out the situation, because the officer in the field sometimes has a very good understanding of what will help or not. So I certainly take that into consideration.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, so Alderman Burnett.
Last time, I promise. The question is actually for Chief Smith. Chief, when one of your officers pulls someone over for a traffic violation and they are under the influence of marijuana or some other drug, what other citations do they get issued, have issued?
When they're just under the influence or when they're in possession?
Both, I guess.
Right, so if they're in possession, they could get the citation for being in possession. If they're under the influence, they'll be arrested for OWI.
Okay, so operating while
Under the influence, yeah, well,
there's no ordinance specific to under the influence of marijuana versus alcohol.
I believe they're the same ordinance. It's all covered under the same operating while intoxicated.
So technically, a person could get 3 citations to appear before municipal court under the influence of marijuana, possession, and paraphernalia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Use the board. What's on the floor right now is an amendment that takes the fine in the ordinance that's proposed from $250 to $500 for both private and public use. A yes vote increases the fine to $500 from the ordinance. All right. So that passes on a vote of 8-4. So now we're back to the ordinance with the amendment, and the attorney went over the ordinance. Alderman Van Lees, did you want to speak to this again, or you never really have taken your light off? Okay, do you want to take your light off then, because that cues things up here. All right, Alderman Scannell. This is on the ordinance.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to just cover a little bit what this all about, how this all came about. It started with a conversation with the community, and initially I was going to push as hard as I could to relax our marijuana laws, decriminalize as far as we could get it to go. But in talking with staff and with the police and the judge, I came to realize that there were consequences for, in effect, nullifying the law. If we stripped the law of all consequences, or such consequences that, in effect, the law is pretty much not practiced, that's the same as legalizing it. And that would be wrong and irresponsible for this council to do. When legalization comes someday, it also needs to come with regulation. And we lack the power to do that. So to decriminalize the law to the point of nullifying the law would be irresponsible. So I looked at our law, and it needed revising. This law needs revising, out of fairness. This is what this law says about us as a community. Our law is that the second offense would automatically go to criminal court. It's just that's unjustifiable. Why we take that discretion from our officers, I don't know. I want to empower our officers. To just systemically do this is inappropriate and irresponsible. I think it says it's not fair. For drunk driving, it's your 4th offense, and if it happens, it needs to happen within 5 years of your 3rd offense before you would lose your license. Your license would be suspended. So this law, it just automatically suspends your license, or can just automatically suspend your license, even if it doesn't have anything to do with a moving violation. No other law does that. That's draconian. What's that even in there for? And as far as the fine goes, I would like to make it clear that we are still very high. All the other major municipalities, Milwaukee, Madison, Oshkosh, Appleton, Eau Claire, their fines are still well below $500. So we still have some teeth in our law. And as I said earlier, that number came by with a lot of hands, talking to the police staff, judge, the community. This was a work in progress for quite a while, and a lot of input from a lot of reporters, and this is what we came up with, and I think it's fair. And I think it's important to realize that one of the big pushes for this, I think the moral imperative for this, is medicinal use. We've really put some people between a rock and a hard place where they have to choose between relief from their symptoms or breaking the law. I think it's grandma who's smoking for her glaucoma, or a child smoking to relieve seizures. I think to threaten the parents and grandma with a felony after the second charge and up to a $1,000 fine is not fair, is not just. I mean, the state law does not differentiate between recreational and medicinal, and neither can we under state law. So it's all in one pile. So I think, given current circumstances and given the current environment where all around us it's being legalized, this is an issue that's not going to go away. It's going to affect us. I think decriminalizing our laws and making it more fair is appropriate and the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're talking about the ordinance. Anybody else want to speak to this? We're going to vote on it. Use the board. This is to approve 2718, which the city attorney went over. Okay, and that passes on a vote of 8-4. All right. Thank you. Clerk, let's continue.
Report of the Protection and Policy Committee granting operator licenses.
So motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderperson Corpus Dax to approve. This is the protection policy granting the operating licenses. Any names on this report you wish to handle separately? Hearing none, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report L has been approved.
Report of the Plan Commission, October 22nd, 2018.
There's a motion to approve by Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderperson Dorff to approve report item M, which is the report of the Plan Commission for the meeting held on October 22nd. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately?
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
make a statement about number 3. Just to clarify that I am going to vote on this. I did see counsel. I do not have a conflict of interest on this because
Right.
the bid board does. I do not report to the bid board.
Yep. All right. With that, there's a motion and a second to approve item M. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, and items 1, 2, 3, and 4 have been approved. All right.
Report of the Joint Finance Personnel Committee, October 30th, 2018.
So what I'd like to do is get a motion, a second, get this on the floor, take up the amendments. Okay, so there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderperson Dorff, to approve the report of the Joint Personnel and Finance Committee. I'm now going to ask that it's just open for amendments. I'm not going to take all, I don't know how many items are on here, 37. So we'll go through this and make any changes, or we'll debate, discuss, and vote on any changes. At the end of this discussion, I'm going to ask for a vote to adopt as amended. What happens for some of you that haven't been here before, we still, as you see, Resolution 9 is to adopt the tax levy. So Chris will go downstairs. reprint out any changes we've made, come back, and we'll adopt it at the end of the meeting. So, but right now, we're discussing the report. So there's been a motion and a second to adopt the report, and we'll just take it from here on anything that you would like to discuss or amend regarding the Joint Finance and Personnel Committee. So I'll begin with Alderperson Dorf.
Thank you. So I've been working on trying to figure out how to get the ambulance service back in at Station 7, and talked with the chief, talked with the fire, the representative from the union, and I have a proposal. It's not necessarily a perfect proposal, but I would like the council to consider this amendment. In the budget originally, it said it would cost $378,000 for those 4 positions. And looking at it closer, people that are going to be hired on to replace people that are retiring will come at a lower rate. So in working with Director Ellenbecker and the fire chief today, that number went down to $313,000. I then asked, talking with the union and talking with the fire chief, if could they find any other funds, and I'll let the fire chief speak to that. But my proposal to them was if we could come up with half, $156,500, and take it from fund balance with the thought that throughout the year next year there may be ways to put money back into fund balance, then could they come up with $156,500 to match that, and we could get the ambulance back up and running and in the district, or in the 7th station, or the ambulance station 7 or fire station 7. So maybe could the chief talk about this too? Or I don't know what the next.
That's your
Or
motion.
should I make it as move it and then?
Yeah, so there's a
Okay.
motion and a second. So this is
Okay,
on the
I'll
floor
move
now.
that.
That
We take $156,500
$1,500 out of fund
out of
balance.
fund balance.
And with the understanding that that will be matched from whatever we're
Match
going to
from
hear
the
from
fire
the chief.
department's budget.
Okay, we got it. You want to hear from Chief Litton?
Yes.
Chief Litton? The alderperson's proposal?
Good evening, Mayor. I talked with Alder Dorf earlier this afternoon, and she made that proposal. Quite honestly, again, I did not ask for funds to be put back in. I merely stated, the ramifications of what was going on at that time. For us to find $156,000, I think I can find $100,000 in revenue for sure. The balance of that we'll have to work on. We've made cuts in building maintenance, firefighting equipment, training and travel, fire prevention supplies, radio equipment, clothing allowance, medical supplies, equipment repair, electricity, overtime. We'll work at it for sure. I'm not going to turn down anything. Can I give you an answer as to where I would find that money right this second? I cannot. I can say that we will absolutely work on it between now and January 1.
Good enough?
Okay.
All right. Alderperson Dorf, anything else?
Nope, I'll withdraw.
So this is the amendment on the floor is to $156,500 out of fund balance with the chief's effort and commitment to match that funds to staff the ambulance at Fire Station 7. Dana, you want to?
I would need a line item in which to take the money from if and when that's approved. That would be the only way to put it in our budget book, is to have a line item.
Well,
If if it gets approved, we'd have to figure out a line item to pull that money from the fire department.
Well, I think she was going to our reserves. She's not cutting other expenses. This is coming from, right?
Right, it's a 3-part process. It would be fund balance of about $156,000. Chief said he could probably come up with $100,000 in revenue. That leaves a balance of $56,000 that would have to come from either another revenue source or from expenses.
I don't think the chief said that. The chief said he will find when work at that other $56,000.
Correct.
Oh, so the 100,000 is from increasing revenues for the fire department, and it's the 56,000 that, do you have a line item you can share with the class?
Was brought to my attention this afternoon, and really
Right.
we didn't have time to delve into exactly where it's at. I mean, I guess I could just say pick one and we'll work from there. I guess we'll have to come back and amend it at some point between now and January 1st is what I would say. Because
So if we take it from salaries, which is obviously by far your largest line item, and do you want to come back and amend it, or do you have a better suggestion? Diana's right, we got to pass a balanced budget, so.
I would say take it from wherever she feels like she can take it from, and I would say state once again that I'd have to come back between now and January, once we've delved into this,
I got it.
as to exactly which one it would be and ask for a budget amendment at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we could pull it from salaries. It would be a line item, and then a budget amendment could be done after the fact.
Okay, so I want to restate what's on the floor here, everybody. So the motion on the floor is to put the ambulance at Station 7 back in, that there would be $156,000 from the fire department budget. $100,000 of that is coming from increased revenues. $56,500 is from decreased salaries. And then those are two things. The other thing is that we're taking $156,500 from our fund balance and applying that towards the budget. That's what's on the floor, right, Dana? Okay, so let's discuss that. Alderperson Dorf, are you? Okay. Hang on, I'm refreshing. Alderman Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really think it would be wise perhaps to do the 100,000 that we know we can do and wait and see what we do with the rest of the budget before we just ask that our fire chief cut salaries that he really has even said he has no idea where he's going to cut it. That could lead to disastrous results. I mean, are we just going to do that with every department? No, we could ask every department, why don't you cut $50,000 from your salaries, and there we go. We could make our money back right away. But that doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to vote no on this because it's packaged, and if you just bring it back as the 100,000, we can look at the rest later. I think it's wise to do that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief, I had talked to Chief Litton, and there were a number of revenue sources. I don't know if you can elaborate on that. I know that we get $2.9 million from ambulance service billing, $1.8 million from the contract with Alloway, $300,000 from a 2% insurance revenue from the state, $250,000 for Packer game overtime, $15,000 for fire alarm permits, and some miscellaneous as well. So it's over $5 million. So there are revenues that are coming in that help offset the budget. I'm just wondering, is there another line item that you might be able to think of to add to that, or is this comprehensive enough, and you think we could just add something to that?
Go ahead, Chief.
My proposed $100,000 increase in revenues would come out of the ambulance billing line. We did change the rates, if you'll remember, about midway through this year. We did the same over in Alloway, who we also serve, so I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to hit that number in the future.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right. Alderperson Dorf.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Chief Litton. So Alder Weary isn't comfortable with taking out her salaries, and I can understand that. So Chief Litton, do you have a solution? Do you have some idea, a little bit more firm of an idea, where you might, out of a 23 million or whatever, how much budget you have, find $56,500? I'd like us to be comfortable about saving lives and putting the ambulance back in.
Well, Alderdorf, as I stated, we don't have a lot of unencumbered money in our budget. In other words, probably 89% of that is salaries, benefits, and things of that nature. What's left is building maintenance, equipment maintenance, repairs on our apparatus. some firefighting equipment money left, a little bit of training money left. I mean, there's not a whole huge host of money left there to take out, so it will be a stretch, and I'll have to look real hard on where we're going to find that. I will tell you, I've heard it mentioned and said before that, well, maybe we should just move people around. And sure, that's perfectly normal. I could do that. I could say, well, let's just not have ambulance 3 in the Broadway district, and let's just move that out to Station 7. But what does that do? It just creates the same hole and the same response problem in Station 3's area then. Or it's been said, well, close the fire station. Well, what does that do? It closes the fire station. It reduces our capability. I've been asked, well, can't we just do it like part of the day? Well, sure, but what about the emergencies that come in at night? Should we schedule those? I'm not sure how to answer the question. Salaries are salaries. That's driven by the contract. There's nothing I can do with any of that. Their hours that they work is driven by the contract. There's not wiggle room there.
Is there an overtime budget?
There is an overtime budget. I've taken $100,000 out of that budget already. You want to take another 56 out of there? Go ahead. I mean, yeah.
I want you to make the best decision you can as
Well,
the
I'm telling you
fire
that,
chief.
sure, right. I mean, if it had to come out of anywhere, it would come out of there. It'd be my guess, because that's really the only place that we have any other money at. And that money is used to fill our minimum manning requirement, so that when people are off on vacation, or when they call in sick, or when they're injured, that we maintain the minimum staffing out in the field. That's where the overtime gets spent.
So you can't think of any place then? So we're back to, you're going to take it out of salaries until you can
Well, I would say
figure it out.
if it had to come out of anywhere right now, if you're saying I got to make a decision tonight, I'd say take it out of overtime. We'll have to figure that out.
Is that what you're saying then?
That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep, go ahead. Alderman Weary.
Mr. Mayor, I would just ask the amendment maker if it's all right, if we just take the 100,000, work through the budget, and then if we have to come back to the salaries in that nebulous realm, we can do that, but can we just do the 100,000 that we know is a sure thing that the chief is telling us we can do, and then move on to other parts? We might not even have to have this debate. I have plenty of other things that I can bring up as well. Yeah, I'm just asking the amendment, the motion maker,
Yours
if we
is-
could just add 100,000 to revenue
Okay.
and then come back.
And then come back to it?
Yeah. Work through the
Okay,
other parts of the
I'm
budget.
still staying with the 156.5 from the fund balance, 100,000 from revenue for right now, and then we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Does
All
that
right.
make sense?
Okay, so that's anything else, Alderman Weary? Anything else? All right, Alderman Nicholson?
No, I was going to confirm of what Mr. Rory was going to state. I mean, let's move forward.
Yep.
Let's take baby steps. We can move back and forth.
Yeah.
Diagonal, upside down. We can always come back. Let's just take baby steps and make it easy right now.
Okay,
Because it's going
so-
to be difficult. And thank you.
All right. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor, and that's to take $156,000 from fund balance and $100,000 of increased revenue on the fire department budget, which leaves a hole in the balance budget of $56,500. So, you want to use the board on this, or are we all there? Yeah.
Does this also include the addition of the 313? Not even talking about the expense. We're adding revenue, we're
No,
adding
no.
fund, but are we adding the actual expense for the ambulance?
The 313 is the expense, so,
So half of it is 156.5, we're up to 256.5, and we need another 56.5 to cover the 313.
We actually have to vote on adding the expense. So I just want to be clear that that's what we're voting on.
okay, I get that. Right, I mean, the revenues so far to activate that ambulance would be, the cost is $313,000. Do we all agree to that? Okay. $156,500 is part of the motion is coming from the fund balance that the city has in its savings account. The other $100,000 is coming from increased revenues from the fire department budget. Okay.
Part of this motion is adding
Right, the 313, okay, the 313 is being added back in. We're offsetting it with 313 less 56, whatever that is. Okay. You guys, how come this isn't working? I don't have your light on. I got yours on, Chris. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies, I thought we were just going to vote on the 100,000 line item revenue. Because if we were going to vote on all of it, and Diana, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I also asked about using that particular fund. And I have the amounts here that we have from last year and this year, and it was recommended, I do not feel the use of fund balance would be appropriate based on our projections. And that's from our finance manager. So unless the opinion has changed in the last 24 hours, I don't think that's where we should be looking. We should be looking throughout the budget, then we can go back to it if we have to. So why don't we just add in the $100,000 in revenue, work through the budget. I have 2 pages here of things, I know others do as well, that I found in the last day or so. And if we have to do that, we can, but our finance director is saying let's not do it because we keep doing the one-time money.
Alderperson Dorf, this is your motion. How do you want to proceed? We'll vote on it, and then we can go back if it doesn't pass. Well, you want to vote against it? I mean, really, the motion on the floor right now is to take $156,000 from fund balance, increased fire department revenue, expense by 313, and revenue by 100,000. That's what's on the floor right now. You want to vote on that? Okay. You can use the board on this. All right.
My light was on, I don't know.
No,
why
it
it's
wasn't
not
up here.
processing. Okay, so thank you, Mayor. I guess, well, first, thank you to Alder Dorf for figuring this out and proposing something to us because, as we know, public safety is important and it's not a district thing, District 1, whatever. It's a public safety thing regardless of where that ambulance service is being provided. I do have a question for Chief Litton, and I think this drills down into how important it is to get a firm grasp on the 100,000. I mean, we just can't say we're going to increase revenue by 100,000 because if we don't, if we miss that mark, then we're going to have a real big problem. So a couple questions. First question, Chief, is the 100,000 you said is from ambulance services. The basic question I have, first question is, why was that not included in the budget proposal the first time around?
We did increase it in the first round of the cuts from 2.6 up to 2.8. At the time that we prepared the original budget, we weren't trending that way. We feel that we are trending that way current year to date. And again, I'll just restate that we did change the ambulance rates about mid-year this year, both in the city and in the Village of Alloway that we serve. That coupled with what we feel is better collections on the unpaid portions, we feel that we're going to be able to get to the $2.9 million.
Now, who pays the ambulance fees? Is it an insurance provider? Is it the municipality? Is it the private party who's using the service?
About 50% of our payer mix is Medicare, about 20% is Medicaid, another 20% of private insurance, and the balance is self-pay, roughly.
So I would assume self-pay, I mean, I can only imagine what it costs to take an ambulance. Is it, you could increase the bill 100%. That doesn't mean that a private pay person is going to have the resources to pay the fee. Are you taking that into an account?
Yeah, we take all that into account. I think that, there is a process for declaring your inability to pay the bill. That's worked through the finance department and our billing company. There are standards for that requirement that runs through them. We also have the ability to take smaller payments and stretch the payment out over several years in order for an individual to be able to pay off their bill.
Okay, leading to my next question and final question. If we're increasing the revenue, is there administrative costs, in these negotiations? On one hand, we're increasing revenue, but if it requires more work from one of your administrative people to collect and bill and, follow up with folks, is that going to cut into the expense the manpower, any overtime, any administrative costs?
There's no internal cost administratively at all. There is a billing service out there that handles that for us.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights. So we're going to vote on this proposed amendment. And again,
Read it again?
yep, the amendment is to increase the expense of the fire department to $313,000 to reinstate ambulance at Station 7, offset by $156,000 from the fund balance and $100,000 of increased revenue from the fire department. Right, we talked about that, so there's still $56,000 we've got. We're short.
Okay, thank you.
So can you use the board on this, please? This is the amendment. All right. And that passes on a vote of 10-2. All right? Floor is open. Alderman Weary, hang on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we all know this budget, a bit of a turd sandwich, I would say, to put it nicely. We're eliminating an ambulance, we're cutting 14 police officers, cutting down on community policing, all other budgets down 4%. You know, I hate to tell you, myself and others told you so, but we told you so. The last 2 years of applying one-time money, you'd agree with that, Alderman Scannell, 2 years of applying one-time money would get us to this point, and here we are. And that's it's sad. Well, now with that being said, there's some quotes from obviously the ones who it affects, I think, the most. Police Chief Smith said this budget's brutal. Fire Chief Litton, how much more of an impact can you have than taking an ambulance out of service with response times increasing from 6 to 9 or 10 minutes? So I would actually make a motion to refer this budget back to the mayor to rework, putting citizen safety as the top priority and coming back to us.
That's the motion.
Okay, I didn't know if you were.
That's my motion.
Okay, I'll second it for discussion.
All right, so we have an motion and second to refer this back to the mayor's office. Any discussion here? It's gonna come back the same way you got it now. Alderperson Dorf?
Thank you. I just want to reflect that a mayor can't pass a budget by himself. And so we got ourselves into this position. We as a council got ourselves into this position. And some of us thought it was a good idea and some of us thought it was a really bad idea. But this is where we are, so we need to deal with where we are. Recrimination is worthless. We spent a long time last week talking through this budget. I wish you had been able to join us, Alder Weary. I don't think that, I definitely will not support referring it back to the mayor. We went over this budget line by line, basically. So I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Nicholson?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Worry stated that cutting services, public safety, that's critical. I guess with law enforcement background and a business background, it doesn't make any sense. But when you look through the budget, I see a lot of fluff, nice benefits, nice salary increases at the cost of public safety. No, I wouldn't. In the past, I haven't supported many budgets because a lot of it is a lot of fluff. And the public has been receiving less and less services, bulk pickup. I mean, I can go on and on and on. So basically, what are they paying for? Well, what I see is high salaries and nice benefits. that they can't even receive at their own employment. But now we're going to cut public safety. Not good. This does not make any sense. Does not make any sense at all. I see a lot of government growth here. I think before a lot of you were even on this board. Little history of someone that has more than 12 years. The public needs that. They pay taxes. They deserve public safety. I agree with Mr. Worry. This should go back. Mayor, you got to look at the public safety and some of this fluff. If it gets voted down, we'll expose the fluff and see where everybody lines up. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Vanderleest.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if you look at our total budget, our debt service and our interest payments are $18.5 million. That's more than the Department of Public Works' whole budget. So we got to go back a ways as far as how we've been handling the money. 18.5 million, that's for debt service, interest payments, and I'm for balancing budgets personally. If we take in $107 million, we should be able to come up with $3.5 million to take care of our special assessments and our road repairs. I'd like to ask Mr. Grenier just what the total amount for the road repairs are going to be for 2019. What are we going to spend on the road repairs this next year? We've enacted a $2 million wheel tax for 2019 that's going to come in. And we're looking to raise up our budget about 1.6 million for right now. So that would be a $3.6 million increase on our taxes for this year for the citizens of Green Bay. So I'd just like to ask Mr. Grenier, what are we going to spend now on roads for this year? For the upcoming 2019?
We, Department of Public Works has not brought forward a capital program for 2019 yet. That's either going to come in late December or January sometime. But the capital program is not funded through the budget. That's funded through bonded monies. So the debt service on that bonded money winds up in the debt service line item you're talking about. But that's where our capital program is funded from, is from bonded money, not from budgets.
Okay, but still in asking that other question, what did we spend in 2019 and in 2018 on the roads, City of Green Bay?
Offhand, I don't know. I was not prepared to answer that kind of a question tonight.
Do you have an idea?
I would be guessing.
Okay. I guess I had some constituents ask me, how much are they gonna be spending this year on the roads? A lot of the people that, talk to me about the wheel tax, they're not real crazy about the wheel tax. So they're saying, well, we just had our road repaired, now we're gonna pay a wheel tax. And I know, the argument goes either way. But I guess they were asking me what we're gonna spend on the roads for 2019. I'm asking same question. What are we gonna be spending? If you can get that back to us, I'd appreciate it.
I'll have that number when we bring forward the capital improvement program for 2019.
Okay, thank you.
But anyway, getting back to some of the other things that we've done with our budgets, where, our budgets are so tight, we can't even find a little bit of money to take care of this ambulance service. We should have had some new growth in the city of Green Bay this last 12-month period. I feel that the new growth alone should be able to take care of this type of expense. We bonded $5 million for Bay Beach services, for swimming at Bay Beach. The study's not completed yet. For the 5 years that we bonded the money, for those 5 years, for the first 5 years, we're gonna pay interest-only payments. So after the 5-year period, then we're gonna be making full payments. I know that Bay Beach is funding some of it. There's a parking lot involved, but I think when we're making good financial decisions, we don't say, well, we're gonna pay interest-only payments. I think that's bad practice for the aldermen and the persons involved here at our, we're making the choices on how we're spending the money. And I feel that some of the shortfall that we have is because we're overspending. We don't balance our budgets. If we only take in 107 million, we have to make the 107 million work. If not, we're going to be keeping going farther and farther in debt. And a lot of the, like Mr. Krischer that came up here and spoke, a lot of the TIF programs are 20 years out, more than 20 years out. And our expenses for each year just keep going up. And when we talk about the one-time money, that one-time money wasn't really been in the budget to begin with. It was just a little extra money that we had. And I think we did a lot of good things with that extra money that we did have. You know, some people say, oh yeah, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. But I think overall we did pretty well with that excess sales tax money. We're not going to see it again. But, you know, they come down and say, yeah, we should have done this, I told you so. That's baloney. We did well with that money, and I think we have to look at our budgets. And we got to live within our budgets. It's just good financial practice. If you don't take in the money, you shouldn't spend it. Just that simple. We take in 107 million, well, spend the 107 million, but don't go deeper. We should have new revenue coming in that will cover a lot of our expenses as we go on, as we move forward. And that's my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Johnson?
This be a question for Director Ellenbecker. If this is referred back to staff, are there statutory requirements? If you could maybe educate a few of us who are a little newer, what are the statutory requirements around deadlines of when municipal budgets need to be finalized?
Yes, the budget must be approved by November 14th by midnight.
Okay. I don't know. I did sit here last week during the budget meeting, and there was a good discussion. There was discussion around things to cut and things to move, where we can grow revenue. This is a tough budget, and you know, from what I'm seeing, every department was asked to cut 4%. They did that. Overall, I mean, look, we want to talk about a tax increase. Well, overall spending's going down. So which number do you want to look at, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, folks, there's only one way we're going to pay for these things, and that's taking a look at what we take in taxes. And so when I'm sitting here, you know, what I hear is, oh, it's your fault we didn't do this. It's your fault because we didn't do that. That still doesn't get us to a solution. There's fluff in the budget. All right, let's propose an amendment. Let's cut it. I feel like the mayor and the staff have done their job. They brought the budget to us. It's our job to debate it and now make decisions. And so, I mean, I've heard a couple of people make some suggestions here. I think if there's another 56,000, or if we don't want to go into the general fund, if we want to find that money, let's hear some suggestions.
Thank you. Alderman Van Leest, you took your light off. Alderman Scannell?
Thank you, Your Honor. First, about the fluff. I totally disagree we got fluff in this budget. I've never seen a budget with so many zeros and negatives in all my life. And as far as pensions and wages, for years we've been working to build up those pensions and wages because we've been having high turnover because other municipalities are paying better. And there's a cost to the city for that kind of turnover. That's being penny wise and pound foolish. We're also talking about our staff's salaries and benefits here. They deserve what they're getting, finally. And then I think, I was going to say this for later, but I think I'll just run through this now. And I don't know if it's quite comprehensive. I've worked on this for a little bit. I think staff did a pretty good job at the joint personnel and finance committee meeting talking about some of the consequences of this budget. I think we should realize, and some people have brought up some of the things of how we got here. I got a little more comprehensive list, and this is not to make any issues or create any discussion. I think that would be inappropriate. I just, listening factually, this is what it was. You know, good, bad, whatever. I'm not going to go into that, but we lost the 7 Gens lawsuit. There were personnel issues in the police department. We took the $1 million from the Packer tax to fill an operational hole. We haven't had an Oneida service agreement in 3 years, which is about $300,000 a year. Room tax revenue's been allocated to the Expo Center. Several years ago, for several years, we did not raise taxes, which handicaps us or penalizes us to raise taxes higher now because of the state formula for our levy. We can't tax ourselves out of this unless we're going to lose state dollars. And also the state reduced our levy by changing the assessed personal property taxes on machinery, tools, and patterns. So the way we got here is various ways, and I think it's good for the public to be aware of that and maybe have a discussion going forward about what it means to be fiscally responsible. There's some debate there, but I don't think that's appropriate now. I just think that we've got the mayor's got his budget for us. I don't think he's going to change it at all. I don't know what he could change. I disagree vehemently that there's fluff in it. I can't wait to see what some others might propose. I would love to see some things we might be able to do as we have in the past. I could come up with nothing, but I'm only one. So I'm against sending this back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. We all ran for election. And when we ran because we wanted to represent the people of our district, that's our responsibility. It's our responsibility to work with this budget that was presented to us and come up with the best budget that we can. And to send it back to the mayor, for the mayor's office to make all those changes that we think he ought to make without giving him any direction or anything else, I think is wrong. It's our job tonight to come up with a budget that works for this community. We trust the department heads to look at each of their departments and make the necessary cuts to best run their departments for this next year. And we have to trust them. That's what they were hired for, and that's what they've done. We've looked at this budget. I'm so tired of people talking about fat and fluff in this city budget. And I would really ask someone to show me where there's any really amount of fat and fluff in this department, and not just this year, but going back several years. We run a lean budget. There is no fat to cut. We have been cutting bone and muscle, and it shows. And I think it's time we start accepting some of the responsibility. Let's look forward. Let's make some solutions here tonight, and then let's look down the road for the next few years and try and get things squared away so we're not running into this again. But I'm not in favor at all of sending this back. It's our responsibility to stay here as long as it takes to come up with a budget that's acceptable to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was at the meetings last week as well, and we sat through and asked a lot of questions. You know, I think one of the things that came forward that I really was impressed with, or at least thinking that this may work, is the capital improvement program that Finance talked about. In the past, we've had so many separate silos where everybody was going, had their own budget, they had their own agendas. And I really feel that as a city, we need to come together and come up with one succinct capital improvement program that we can all look at, the council's privy to, the administration's privy to. We can all make some very solid decisions ahead of time. Half the time, you know, this is my 7th budget cycle, half the time we cherry pick, we pull things out. I don't see a whole lot of fluff in this as well. You know, a majority of the monies that go into this budget are for salaries and benefits. And Alder Scannell does bring up a good point that we've had issues of people leaving for other communities. And there is a cost there. There's a cost that you can't really put a finger on when you train someone and then 5-6 months later they're gone. So with that being said, I really feel that this council, administration, things moving forward, we're gonna have to look at the various development agreements we have, the TIF districts, you know, where we're at with that, looking at revenue streams, other revenue streams that we can come forward with. I think it's important. So, but as far as extra fluff in this budget, I don't see a whole lot of it. I thought we aired it out pretty well last week. And, you know, there's a couple other things we can talk about, but right now I feel that I'm not in favor of that, sending it back.
All right, thank you. All right, needs the board on this. The motion on the floor is to refer this item back to the mayor's office. Alderman Vanderleest. That motion fails on a vote of 9-3. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then let's let's move forward. The $156,000 that's so far that we want to take out of our fund balance, which is our savings account. Hopefully we can find some cuts here, some modifications that we don't have to do that. I think that's pretty irresponsible. That's what we've done the last 2 years. I'm just going to read you a quick email that I did get from our finance director, because I asked about this also, what our fund balance was. At the end of 2017, we didn't have a surplus with our budget. We used a fund balance of $448,775 in addition to the $1 million from the stadium tax. So we used about $1.5 million in one-time money. I didn't vote for that budget. At the end of 2018, there will not be a surplus this year. There will be projected use of fund balance of $1.344 million. Most of that put in the budget last year, which we didn't vote for. Now, at the end of 2017, the fund balance was $16,575,000, or about 19.2% of our expenses. Apparently, the range that we need to be in, really we should be in, is 17 to 25%. 17 to 25, and we were at 19. So at the end of this year, the fund balance is projected to be $14.2 million, which puts us at 16.5%, outside the range. Now, we all know that our Moody's rating and so forth is going south because of how much we're borrowing, and we're also hurting it this way by constantly eating up our savings. So I think we should take the advice of our finance director and not use it, and let's really look at this budget again. I appreciate the work you did last week, but let's relook at it again. So to do that, why don't we start with, we'll just go right top to bottom here, the mayor's budget, just because it's on the tab. I think with the cuts that we have in police and fire, this would not be a good year to increase the mayor's salary. And so I would propose, and I asked for the amount on this, that we eliminate the increase to the mayor's salary for this year for $4,151.24.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to reduce the mayor's salary by $4,150.24. Yeah, 24 cents. Alderman Vanderleest?
I was going to make a motion, Mayor, that we just find out what percent we'd have to cut percentage-wise from all the departments to make up this money that we're looking to get, the 300 and some thousand. Whatever the percentage would be, we take it right across the total board, right across every department, and we make up the money that way. That'd be my motion.
Well, I got Mr. Weary's motion on the floor, so let me take care of him first. I got your light on next, okay? So, this is on the motion. Any else want to discuss this? Alderman Vanderleest, did you have anything to say about Alderman Weary's motion?
Well, I think it'll make it a lot easier if we just take it from right across from every department.
Okay.
And it's not very much. It's only, what is it, 313,000? If you figure the percentage of that across our total budget, grant you can't do it on the bonding part of it, in that part of it, but every other area, I'm pretty sure you could. And whatever that percentage would be, we would do it that way, make it very simple, and everybody wouldn't be impacted very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Johnson?
Just more of a question. If we cut this for next year, is that something that impacts the full next term, right? Because, this is a 4-year decision now. This isn't just a 1-year decision, unless, of course, your amendment provides some clarity if you're looking to just reduce it that first year.
Yep, the 1 year.
The 1 year. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to use the board on this. This is Alderperson Dorf. Hang on. I got to clear the board. Light came in late.
I guess I just have a question, is that at some point, is it ever appropriate to go into closed session if there's things that need to be talked about in closed session?
There's a closed session on the budget.
I'm not ready to do that right now, I just was asking the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the motion in the second to reduce the mayor's salary budget by $4,150.24. Use the board here. Other than Scano, I think you got to vote.
This was for the increase that we voted.
Right. All right, and that passes on a vote of 9 to 3. All right.
How much was that, Mayor?
$4,150.24. All right, Alderman Weary?
Also in the mayoral budget on page 20, line item 52001, training and travel. Pretty much just travel, not much training, I don't think. I would propose we eliminate the 6,000 this year. I think we can do 1 year without mayoral trips, so that's my motion.
That would be a mistake for the next mayor.
Perhaps.
All right. Well, I don't know, perhaps about it. Okay. Alderman Galvin?
What does that money, go for?
We go out to Washington D.C. to lobby every January. Sometimes we travels to Madison very frequently. We go to a leadership conference in the summer where so many best practices have come from. And we've also gotten money, $50,000 for the farmery, for Healthy Kids Initiative, for the beverage industry, and if we go to these local, I just want to say, Celestine and I were talking about this. When we go to conferences in the state, we get standing ovations because we're the only city there. Madison, Milwaukee don't go to that, and I think you got to challenge yourself to be around better people. Look, I'm not going to be here. Look, I'm just looking out for the city. I think conferences for the chief, for Steve, for Kevin, for Jeff, I think that's really important. So I would encourage you to keep that, but it's your budget. We'll see how tonight goes. That's where it goes.
And who attends these? I mean, is
Me.
it just, but, I mean, does any of your staff go or anything else?
Celestine will go to some state conferences. Would be the two of us.
And so what you're saying is that by going that, we've actually been able to generate some income for our city?
Yes, we have. Absolutely, we have. And it's, yes, it has offset our travel multiple. We've talked about that. And can I guarantee that? We're in for some more grants and awards next year, but I think it's good to be around people better than yourself. I think training and travel is important for all department heads, and including the mayor, the next one.
All right, thank you.
Alderperson Dorf?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want some clarification on what we voted on with the mayor's salary. Because we had voted that in before. Is that like a reconsideration? And then are we allowed to do a reconsideration at this time? I guess I'd like to know, could we legally do that motion? I mean, is that acceptable under Robert's rules? So, that's a tough one, Joanne, but,
My understanding is that the increase came by resolution, and then pursuant to that resolution, it was put into the budget. So then it could be taken out of the budget.
okay. I just want to make
Is
sure that we weren't.
that's my understanding that the salary, the increase was put in by resolution. It wasn't by ordinance.
Right? There wouldn't be an ordinance, no. Joe, do you want to comment on that?
The increase was put in by ordinance, and the
Really?
state laws ask that it's put in by ordinance.
So it
No?
wasn't put in by ordinance.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if it's put in by ordinance, don't we have to change the ordinance, right?
Yeah, my understanding is you'd have to change the ordinance. I think if you want to try and go through the budget process right now, I think maybe a solution would be to have the ordinance passed by December 1st. The first time we can have nomination papers for the candidates. I think that's when it has to be done by. So I think you'd have to adopt another ordinance to do that. But
We don't have another meeting before December 1st. So we just, could we do this? We can do it in the budget, but in order for it to stick, we have to adopt an ordinance, and then we'd have to put the money back in if we took it out, if that failed? I'm just, I don't know that we can do what we just did.
Well, if we can't, Joanne, you should have ruled it out of, or told me to rule it out of order, because if we can't, if that, I didn't know that. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, if that's an ordinance that we have, then we're going against the law, because it's an ordinance.
I wasn't aware that it was an ordinance.
Yeah, so.
What can we do now? Can we put it back on the floor to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, you can reconsider any decision you made. You'd have to make a motion to reconsider the last vote. But you would have to be someone who voted in the positive, which I'm not sure was you. All right. So there's a motion by Alderman Scannell to reconsider that last vote. Someone can second that. You can second it, Barb, but you don't have to. All right. This is to reconsider to get that motion of the mayor's salary back on the floor. We use the board on this. This is to reconsider the item we just did with the mayor's salary. A yes vote reconsiders that, and then we'll take it up again.
This vote is on my reconsideration, right, to let me reconsider? We have to do that?
Right. That's what we're voting on, to reconsider this. Huh? Whoa, sorry. Randy, reconsideration. Alderman Scannell?
Yep, I got them. Oh, I had another file up and it was covering it, sorry.
All right, so that passes on a vote of 7-5. So that item's reconsidered. What do you propose we do with that? Oh, come on.
I would think that the smart thing to do here is to vote right now against that motion, and then if we so desire to really pursue that, set up meetings to do the ordinance and the budget at this, and reconsider that, amend the budget at that time. I would think that would be a prudent legal way to go. To go forward now and assume we're going to get together again is a bit of a risk. What if we can't get a quorum? Then we're in violation of the law. So I would think that if we really want to pursue this, the prudent way to go would be to set up another meeting, to do the ordinance, and amend the budget. So I think the best thing to do now to make sure we're not going to be in violation of our own law would be to not support that amendment.
All right. Is the proper motion to
I'll
add
take-
this, or it's back on the floor right now, so the motion is to reduce the mayor's salary by $4,150. They're gonna vote on this again?
It's as if the first.
Right, all right.
Never happened.
So with the information you have now, the motion on the floor is to reduce the mayor's salary by $4,150. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd make a motion to hold this till the very end of the budget.
Okay.
That way we might not even need to address it. Thanks. Second.
All right, so there's a motion and a second by Alderman Johnson to hold this item till the end of the budget. Just did this one by voice. All in favor of holding this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. All right, oh, I'm sorry, Bill, I saw you're late. Okay, Alderman Galvin.
Joanne,
Yes.
for this incident here, and then going forward, because this isn't the first time we have done this, can the city council take a vote to violate its own city ordinance?
No.
Then why do we keep doing it when we can't do it? This amazes me. This is not the first time we've done this, and we've done it again. And why should it even count if we take a vote to violate city ordinance? Why do we even have to take it back? It should be null and void.
Yeah.
We just voted to break the law. I mean, this.
Right, I wasn't
I don't
aware of
get
it. All right, point taken. Okay, Alderman Weary, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm going to, I had the motion to reduce the mayor's training and travel by 6,000. I would make that actually 4,000. That way there's 2,000 in there to hit all those important state meetings. So minus 4,000.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to reduce the mayor's travel budget by $4,000. Use the board here. Oops. All right, that passes on a vote of 7-5. Did I get the wrong? It fails. It fails on a vote of 7-5, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. Alderman, where are you still on the floor?
All right, thank you. Well, if we're looking for tough things to do, we're not being real tough, I guess, but let's go to page 48. You know, oh well.
Come on.
Let's try again. Page 48, I'm making a motion to defund the two positions of the Welcome Center aide for a total of $14,728.
What page are you on, Alderman?
48. Under Clerk's Office.
I wouldn't get that.
Welcome Center aide, two positions. I don't believe they have any benefits, so total's $14,728.
Oh, all right. It's really page 40.
Remember, we're talking about putting an ambulance back in and not reading our savings account.
Yeah. All right. So it's on page 48, and there's a motion by Alderman Weary, second by Alderman Nicholson to reduce the Welcome Center aide positions for, what did it total,
728.
$14,728. Can you turn your light off when if you're done? Because I'm just going to go to the next. There's two other people. What's that? I was going to take these one at a time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is on the motion. So Alderperson Dorff.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to know what the impact this will have on the clerk's office, because that's where people will go to ask questions, and kind of a history of the Welcome Center aides and who is hired for those positions. So who could speak to that?
You want to speak to it or me too? All right.
If you want to, it's up to you, but I can.
Go ahead. We'll have our clerk speak to that. Hang on.
So right now, they are through a Spiro, well, they were through a Spiro.
Right.
They're on their own now. The morning shift, they do answer phones for us. The afternoon shift, they do not, but they do direct all the people that come before them, which is a lot for parking tickets. And before that, it was the senior center that we went through them. So, you know, they, to some extent, they are a benefit to us.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess that was my question, because I know that they were funded through Aspiro. Wasn't that completely through them?
When they started.
Okay. So I guess, you know, part of me was saying the effectiveness of having the folks there. You know, I've come into City Hall quite a few times, we all have. And, you know, I just wasn't sure. I was relying on Chris on this to let us know that they're effective. Because I think there's times where they may go into the other office if they're not sure of a question or an answer, and they have to go in and get clarification. So part of being at a welcome center is making sure that you're as tight and good and knowing what's going on as possible. So I guess I would defer to Chris on that, and if she feels that they're effective and working well, then I'm fine with that. But I understand where you're coming from, all the worry on this. You know, I just want to make sure that it's okay according to our clerk. Thank you.
Alderman Vanderleest.
Thank you, Mayor. If Alderman Wery would yield to the motion that I made about taking that amount that we need and just take it across all the departments, I think we'd save a lot of time, and it won't be very hard on any department. We would find the money right now. It's a very small amount of money, and we have a large budget, and I feel that simple way to do it.
Are you talking about the 56th? Well, this is going to be up to Alderman Weary if he wants to yield the floor to you. Talking about the $56,000 or the 156?
I would
or
say
250.
If
right?
we took the whole amount of money that we need to get this ambulance back up and going, right across the board from all the departments, it's minimal. And there's no real conversation about it. In other words, we get the money right away. We don't have to dig into our reserve fund. It just comes off of our total budget. Minus, we can't take it off the debt service, but we could take it off every other department.
Do you want
What
us to
would the
look up that
figures
number?
be?
Okay, I think I'm going to move around, or else you're going to have the floor all night. So, you know what I mean. So I'll give you this one, and then we'll move around. I am. All right. Thank you, Alderman Vanderleest. I'll get to you after we take care of this. Alderman Scannell, this is on the two Welcome Center employees. Go ahead.
Yeah. I am going to oppose eliminating those positions. I believe that there are ways that we're going to, I appreciate that weighing the two and saying, well, the welcome visitors is as important as an ambulance. But I think we can fund this ambulance and not have to hurt ourselves in the sense that I think it's important for the city to work with Aspiro to hire two people. I think that's an important part of our governance, a part of our city that I'd hate to see lose. I don't think we're at that point where we need to do that. I believe we can fund this ambulance one way or another without taking that drastic a step. So I don't support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Question is for City Clerk. Are these these are two actual people, correct? They're not spread out over several people?
It's two people.
How long have these two employees been with the city?
I think about 4 years.
And I'm sensitive to that because I don't want to bring personalities into it, but the position itself, I think, has a value to the city and who we are as a city. So I would be against eliminating these positions from the budget for a million reasons, and I'm being very generous with that amount. There's more reasons than that. It just seems like the wrong move to make at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Johnson?
I think I'm going to oppose this one as well, and it's not because I'm afraid to make difficult decisions, and I know that there's going to be some that we have, but I guess the process right now is what's of concern to me, and that is, I'm being forced to make a decision on cutting personnel before I'm being presented with other options, and I know, Alder Weary, that you do have several others that you want to bring up here, and it just seems to me that there might be a better process with how we can look at things holistically rather than one at a time, because right now I'm being asked, do I want to cut this, yes or no? Well, given the other options I have right now, which are none, that seems like the obvious choice, right? But the reality is that we do have other options that we just haven't come across yet, and I think before we get to the point where we're starting to cut staff that do service our residents, I'd rather have a conversation maybe about some of those other non-essential things that perhaps might be on others' lists that we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet. So I'm going to oppose it now and maybe hope that perhaps we can reprioritize or reorder the way that we're presenting some of these.
Thank you. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just state once again, let's remember our top priorities. Citizen safety, restoring an ambulance service, financial responsibility, not robbing our piggy bank again. I mean, we could probably make a case for every single thing we bring up. I'm still in favor. Thanks.
Anything else, Alderperson Dorf? All right. Use the board. This is the motion to reduce the 2 Welcome Center employees for a total of $14,728. Huh? About. So it's to reduce the Welcome Center employees for a total of $14,922. $942. Eight, don't. Okay, that fails on a motion of 10 to 2.
3 to 9?
9 to 3.
What's that? 9 to 3, I'm sorry. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
That's good.
All right, we're going to continue. Chief?
Can I address the council?
Sure. Hang on. Go ahead, Chief.
As we sit here and listen to, one department being pitted against another, for lack of a better term, I can't help but sit here and think, there's no way in the world that I can sit here through this all night long and listen to all right, we're going to cut somebody by name or cut this position or cut that position, because that's not ever what this was about. I'm not running for political office here. I don't have any intention of running for office ever. And my sole focus is the safety of the public, and that's the only focus that I have. And I will not apologize for speaking out on that issue and bringing it to the forefront. Having said all that, I also won't sit here and watch us pick apart other departments, departments that are doing good work. And so as Alder Dorf asked me earlier, and you did as well, I've been sitting here listening to all this, but I've also been running through what I've got left in my budget. And so I'm going to offer these things up in the hopes that, at least my hope is that we can just close this thing up and move along. So under my accounts again, and Diana or Pam can write these down, 52004, it's drill instruction, take $2,700 from there.
What page, please?
It will be on page 102. All this will come either from 101 or 102. So 52004, drill instruction, take 2,700. Under 53001, that's contractual services, take 10,000. Under 54002, office supplies, take 2,000. Under 54010, gas and oil, take 20,000. Under 55101, equipment repair, take 11,000. That totals $45,700. From the overtime line, 50501, I'll remind you, 100,000 has been taken from that line already, but take another 10,300. That should total 56,000 if my math is correct. You offered up to 156,000 from the fund balance, 100,000 in increased revenues, 56,000 there. I think we are there. My only request in all of this is, let's not put this department against the others. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. We should go back to Dorf. Yeah, I think I want to address that. So Alderman Scannell,
I would make a motion to amend budget according to the fire chiefs, what he listed.
all right, so that's a motion by Scannell, second by Alderman Stoyer. So that gives us another $56,000 of cost reductions. So it's a total of $156,500.
We did math, we were talking about 313,000, so make the motion for 156,500 from the fund balance. Let's just say
Okay.
$100,500 for additional
Yep.
revenue and billing, the ambulance billing, and then the $56,000 in further reductions.
I want to be clear on the Alderman's motion, so is it the comprehensive motion?
Comprehensive motion.
All right. Are you still seconding that? All right. So the motion on the floor right now is to increase fire department revenue by 100,000, reduce expenses that the chief just outlined by 56,000, increase overall expenses by 313,000, with 156,500 coming out of the fund balance. That's the motion on the floor. Alderman Wary.
I think you said you wanted to go, this is on the motion? I'm
Yeah.
in favor. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're in favor of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Alderman Stoyer. Hang on.
Oh, on this?
Yeah.
I mean, I just,
You okay with it?
on another, yeah, I'm
No.
good with that.
All right.
I'm good with that.
All right. So we're going to vote on this. Did everybody understand it, Alderperson LaFave?
I'll vote yes on this, but I want us to look at the following year to make sure that we put back in some of the stuff for the fire department. Let's not be cutting them again. Let's look at, we got a year, let's figure this out, and let's have a more better, realistic budget for these departments.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, please use the board on this. No, this is not just the chiefs. This is the alderman's motion. It's a comprehensive motion. It's the. Okay, that's what I asked Stoyers. Are you okay with it? It's the whole motion. It's not the whole, but look, come on. It's not, I said when we started this meeting that we would take up the budget at the end to adopt as amended. An amendment being offered by the alderman right now, seconded by Stoyer, is to increase the revenue in the fire department by 100,000, reduce the expenses outlined by the chief by 56,000. It's to increase the expenses by the fire department by $313,000 to restore the ambulance and transfer $156,000 out of fund balance. That's the comprehensive motion that you. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Right. There's only one person to vote. It's you.
I don't have anything else.
Just voted.
Do you want to clear this? I mean, start over. Right, do over. Mulligan. Alderman Weary and Alderperson LaFave. Mike, Alderman Weary said he voted, and it's the only light that's not on. Okay. I'm sorry, it's not, do you want to voice it? Okay, all right. Yeah, no.
Yes, no?
No.
No.
All right. So that amendment passed on a vote of 10-2. All right, so we're back technically to a balanced budget, but I will go with Alderman Vanderleest.
Withdraw my motion on that, Mayor. We took care of it, I think.
All right, thank you. Did you want something now? All right, Alderman Stoyer.
All right.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Hang on, Mark.
All right, I'd like to bring up something on page 147. Oh, sorry about that. It's not. Just give me a second. What page? Okay, I was off 3 pages. Sorry about that. Thank you much. All right, I'm looking at, under the Wildlife Sanctuary, the WLS Project Manager position. With salary and benefits, it's $95,202. And for a variety of reasons, I've talked to many folks on this particular position, ex-employees, current employees, a number of people. And I really feel that this position, for a variety of reasons, granted it's a personnel issue as well, but I think for what we're looking at for this position, I feel like we could remove that from the budget.
I think we need to go into closed session. You mentioned, I don't think we should be talking about this right now. I mean, I think we should come back and talk about it.
Well, if you,
I'm feeling real uncomfortable right now.
All right, so what, hang on, do you have
well,
a
if
motion?
I could look at it just from the standpoint of the position, not the personnel. I'm gonna look at it strictly as, we can vote yes or no on it.
All right, so what's your motion?
My motion is to eliminate the position.
And tell me, what is it? I'll write this
The
down.
WLS Project Manager position.
Yeah, hang on one second. Let me just get this on the floor. There's a
Page
motion and a
150.
second on page 153 to eliminate the one position of the WLS project manager for a total of 68,474.
It's 68,474, but with benefits, it's 95,202. Okay. I think Director Ditchite wants to speak.
All right, Alderman Director.
Just a clarification, that position is actually funded under our admin budget, not the wildlife sanctuary budget. So that would be on page 136 under regular salaries.
But we'd have to figure out what it is.
Well,
you'd have to subtract 68 from that.
I don't think that's that difficult. So
No,
it's line Your motion is to reduce the
The
regular salaries of 68, what was it?
What page is that?
Is it
again?
474?
What page is that again? 153. Okay, the regular salaries are listed at 1,576,644, and to reduce that by 68,474.
And then the health insurance is 51,201. And that's gonna be reduced by what?
Well, give me a second here. 8, 2. $26,728.
Okay, Alderman, where are you still seconding that? No, I'm not going to you yet. Huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to, under, on page 136, the budget for Park, Rec, and Forestry to reduce regular salaries by 68,474 and health insurance benefits, which is 51,201 by 26,728 for a total of 95,202. Alderman Scannell, are you done, Mark? Alderman?
For now, yes.
Need to go into closed session. I feel I couldn't eliminate a position without talking about this position and the personnel. We have to go in closed session, I feel. The questions I need answered can't be done in open session.
Did you want to do that, or do you want to open the floor? You had the floor. I'm going to go back to you first.
Not sure what, when we should open the floor.
We could open it now.
All right, so there's a motion by Alderperson Dorf, seconded by Alderman Scant to open the floor to hear from interested parties. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The council has opened the floor to hear from interested parties. What we're discussing right now is the reduction in the Park, Rec, and Forestry Department of really eliminating the Wildlife Sanctuary project manager position. Hi, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dan Spielman. I'm president of the Falls Board. As most of you know, we embarked on a fundraising campaign 3 years ago to raise money for an addition to the Nature Center to house our 4K program and also to provide additional space for rental by the city. We have raised $3.4 million over the course of the last 3 years. But the current project manager was instrumental and a key player in raising this money as we move forward. A number of donors have a strong relationship with this particular individual. In addition, we need this position as construction starts. Construction is going to start this month. We need somebody, basically, the board is not experts. The board is a volunteer group. We've spent a lot of time on this project, but we are not in a position to supervise the daily construction out of the wildlife sanctuary. It's a 12,000 square foot addition. It's going to do some very wonderful things for the Nature Center, and we really do need this position, and I think in good faith this is something that we need to continue in the budget as we move forward. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if anybody has a question for me.
Alderman Galvin, did you have one for Dan?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Anybody here? My light's on. Alderperson Dorf.
So I'm understanding that you feel that it's necessary to have someone overseeing the project and being the manager for this large building project. Your group, the Friends of the Wildlife Sanctuary, the Fowls, have already donated so much to the city. I just want to express my appreciation for that as well. So $3.4 million donated through work by the project manager, the person who is currently possibly in that position. I'm not sure how that all works, but do you think that the project would have a potential for failure if you didn't have the project manager in place?
Absolutely, because again, if you remember, we are allowed to now, under the new state law and with the approval of this council, to basically go ahead and basically contract with a contractor to build the project. And we have a contractor, Keller Construction, that's going to, I think, do an excellent job. The board, as I say, we don't have the time nor the expertise to basically be out there on a regular basis. The current project manager helped develop the plans, has been instrumental all along as we move forward. And I'll mention one other thing. We needed to raise an additional $300,000 in the last 6 months, and the project manager played a key role in getting an additional $300,000 because the cost of the project of the building, with construction costs going up, went from about $2.6 million to $2.9 million. So I think from both the side of making sure that the project is done correctly and also with our donor relations, we need this project manager.
Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Mr. Spielman. Just looking at this position, though, where are we at as far as, the shovels in the ground? Are we ready to go?
Yes.
For this project?
Yes.
Do
November
we have
20.
is the money available?
Yes.
November
November 26th is the date that Keller has indicated they can start. We would have started sooner, but we've had some issues with, making sure we get all the permits from the city as we move forward. So yes, it'll start, hopefully, the plan is November 26th. We've collected of the 3.4 million, we've collected about 1.5 million at this point. The rest are in pledges, so we'll have to continue to invoice the people who have pledged over a number of years. Some of our major donors, don't give $750,000 in one day. They give it over 3 or 4 years.
Well, some of the things I might have to say might have to go into closed session. So I appreciate your stance. I understand that you feel that you're moving forward with this and you feel that the people that are in place are correct. So I understand that.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Hang on, Dan. Alderman Nicholson had a question for you.
One question you keep bringing to surface about fundraising, and this position was instrumental to the fundraising for a project. What is this position's expertise in watching the building being built?
Well, first
what
of
does
all-
he know about building that's
Well, he has been
comparable to
involved.
Keller?
He has been involved with the plans from day one with our architect. So he and our architect basically have moved the plans forward in consultation with the board. We will have basically, as I say, Keller Construction and obviously other people from the city, but we need somebody there on a daily basis, hopefully, to supervise and make sure things are done according to the plans that he helped develop.
This is the only position that would accomplish that?
Well, I think it's certainly a key position.
Okay.
And it was with the understanding, I think, as we move forward with our fundraising, that there would be such a position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I got somebody before you. Are you done, Alderman Stoyer?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, Alderperson Dorf?
I have, did anyone else come from the Falls? And if so, could you introduce them, please?
Yes, we have several of our board
Could they
members here
stand?
who have been enjoying this meeting. Tim Enright, Roger Skoletsky, Richard DeBrew, and also Marilyn Enright, who's on the 4K Advisory Committee. And a number of other board members wanted to come but had other conflicts this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Barb? Okay, Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Spielman, and everybody for coming on this item. Since we're at the point of actually building now and no longer fundraising, don't you feel that Keller Construction and their contractors really would be more qualified to oversee the construction? And our Parks Department, who has vast experience in building parks things, could oversee it? I don't know why this one position is so vital.
Well, first of all, we always are fundraising because as you know, with nonprofits, you're always looking to fundraise, and so this position would continue to do some fundraising. But I think the key is that this particular individual has such knowledge of the plans and what has gone forward to this point, what goes where. I think that he will play a key role. Obviously, Keller is going to be the primary Obviously, they have the expertise, and others from the city as well. But I think it's important to have somebody who relates to the board, who we have had confidence and trust in over the last number of years, to basically be there as our representative.
So it's very commendable, the Friends of the Wildlife Sanctuary, you've done an incredible job of enhancing that facility and raising money. You're friends of the Wildlife Sanctuary, right? Not the position. So
Absolutely.
if that position were gone, you would still just as gleefully and wonderfully raise money for the Wildlife Sanctuary.
Yes, and we will continue to do so,
Great.
past this year.
All right, thank you.
If that position were gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
That's all I've got. Anyone else wishing to speak to this specific item? Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I've also been working, and I'm Kathy Hinkfus. I've spoke to the city council before about the wildlife sanctuary, encouraging you to provide the $250,000 of city money, advancing our 4K, and I think we're being a little bit short-sighted here as a council. The wildlife sanctuary, or the Friends of the Wildlife Sanctuary, are providing a $3 million building to the city. There are promises that have been made to the donors that have provided this money. And Mike has been, and that position, Mike's position as the Wildlife Sanctuary head, has been intricate in moving this forward and is part of, the whole vision of what's going on with the Bay Beach, what's going on with the new sand beach out there, and adding this on is another revenue source for the city of Green Bay. So you remove a key position or a key player, and you know what, I don't care what you call the position. If you call him the director of the wildlife sanctuary, call him a project manager. He has been key in moving the $3.3 million along, and is absolutely key in knowing what needs to go into that building. And as far as I know, this project manager is there until that building is built. So I would encourage the city council to look long-term at what the Fowles have done and what Mike has done to be able to move that forward and approve this position through 2019. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Anyone else? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, a motion to return to regular order. By Alderman Galvin, second by Alderman Scannell. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Alderman Scannell, you had the floor.
Let's go into closed session. I don't know where the.
Straight, hang on. Alderman Galvin.
Alderman Galvin would like to say something before.
Thank you. We've had other projects in the city in the past, and I guess I would look at Steve Grenier probably. You've had the most fingers into that kind of stuff. So when the city's had building projects in the past, do we have an employee that acts as a go-between or an overseer of that project with the construction company?
Every project we build has a project manager assigned to it. Even a road construction project.
So we have a project manager. Every project, we have a
Every
city employee who
project-
acts as the project manager.
Every project we build has a project manager assigned.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I would ask Alder Stoyer, who brought this forward, who do you see being the project manager for this? Or how would we get this done without having a project manager?
You got me on?
Yep, you're on.
Mayor? You know, like I said, you look at this overall, you look at the overall project, there's a couple different threads that are going on into this. I think part of it is looking, does this person have the expertise or the skill to run this project? And granted, we had folks that testified to that effect, that yes. And you know, if that happens, if we all vote accordingly, that's fine. But I wanted to bring this forward because I feel that there are some red flags that we have to look at with this project. Now, I may be proven wrong, but I think that I've talked to quite a few people that have either worked there now or in the past. And I think there are some serious concerns going on. I know you're looking at me, Randy, but sorry. With that being said, I don't have an alternative. I guess the alternative would be to, when we had Director Ditchite and Director Anderson, they were both there. Director Anderson has gotten a stipend to work on, he got a stipend to fill in the gap a little bit here as well. My contention is that a lot of the projects that were built at the Wildlife Sanctuary were built before Mr. Reed came on board.
Budget meeting.
So, anyway, we'll have to talk about that in closed session. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't have an alternative right now as far as that. I would think, try to do it in-house.
Right. So there's a motion and a second on the floor to reduce the wildlife sanctuary, or not the wildlife sanctuary, the Park Recreation Forestry Department by $95,202. Then you thought you want to go into closed session? Yeah. All right. Alderman Johnson?
Yeah, I just want to make this statement before, the closed session motion's being made. Clearly, it's been brought up, so I'm not interested in going in closed session to talk about a personnel matter. We have staff. Staff handles personnel matters for the city of Green Bay. We're debating the budget right now, and we're debating the merits of whether or not this is a critical position to basically inherit a $3-point-some million facility for the city of Green Bay. That's what I'm interested in talking about. If there are other issues that need to be talked about here, I don't think the budget discussion is the time to do that. I think that discussion is owned by staff. That's what they do, and we have a personnel committee if there are issues with the way that staff is handling that situation. So I'm just going to say that I'm going to oppose closed session unless it's warranted to talk about this from a budget perspective. If we're going into closed session to talk about anything else, I don't see the reason to go into closed session.
Alderperson Dorff.
I just want to be assured in closed session that we are indeed talking about it from a budget perspective and that we're not talking about it from a personnel perspective, and that is my concern. So I want it to have that clarified, but I certainly don't want to go into closed session. I would love to have this talked about on the floor. I would love to have us talk about it just as the budget. I'm not convinced about the motivations. So that's why I want to go into closed session. I want to explore that, and we cannot do that in open session.
Alderman Scannell?
Yep. Maybe we can avoid closed session. Just a couple of questions to staff. We'll start with Dan. This is your department. This is a position that you did not take out of the budget. Do you feel that this needs to be in the budget, or it could be taken out?
Yes, I feel this is an important position for the Wildlife Sanctuary and the Parks Department as a whole. It was in my budget for a reason, and I support it.
And if we did eliminate it, who would then oversee this project? Do you have any?
Right now, there would be nobody in the Parks Department who would oversee it. As you know, I was recently promoted to director, and the Design and Development Superintendent position is vacant.
Well, perhaps that's enough to go vote on. It's enough for me, certainly. Thank you.
I'm fine with that, too. We'll just vote.
All right, so the motion on the floor, we're going to vote the motion on the floor is to reduce.
The question is for Director Ditchite. You mentioned your position that you were just promoted from. Would that position typically be a project manager for initiative like this? I know you were instrumental in Colburn Park and other facilities.
That position is considered a park planner position in essence. They do have construction background and knowledge, and they are the project manager for most of the construction projects in the Parks Department. Unless it's a publicly bid project, at that point, DPW engineers oversee it from a project management standpoint. But the smaller projects would all fall onto the design and development superintendent.
So the wildlife sanctuary build, if you will, that is considered a larger project or a smaller project?
It would be, but this one is a little bit different because the city council granted authority to the Fowles members to actually bid it out and monitor the construction and handle it that way. So it's not a traditional public bid project. If it were, it would fall under Public Works to handle that supervision.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's also for Director Ditchite. The position that Alderman Burnett was just referencing, the Park Design and Development Superintendent, is open, but it will be filled, correct, on April 1st of this coming year?
That's how it's presented in the budget, correct?
Okay. What would it take then to hire it effective the beginning of the year?
I think it was approximately a $25,000 expense. Give me a second here. $23,646.
$23,646.
Correct. And that would include the benefits.
And that position would oversee multiple projects around the city. I know when Fisk was being built, the superintendent oversaw that position or that project and multiple things around the city, whereas, it seems like paying a position $95,000 with benefits to oversee one project is severe overkill. I would really rather be in favor of eliminating this position and fully restoring the Park Design and Development Superintendent, which can benefit all of the city. So keep that in mind when we're voting.
All right. Do you have anything else?
Just that, I'm sure that this position is more than just overseeing this project. They have other duties, I'm sure. And we got to go into closed session. I have a legal question that really has to be done in closed session, sorry, that I think is, we should be well aware of if we're going to vote on this. I have a legal question that needs to be answered in closed session.
Do you want to vote on this now? Because that's the motion on the floor, is to reduce this $95,202.
Right. But if it was voted down without answering that legal question, I wouldn't know how to redress it. It'll be a minute, it won't take long. I think we should go into closed session.
All right, go ahead, Dan, to the floor.
Yep, if you.
All right.
Thank you.
With regard to each of the items contained in this Section D, the committee may convene in closed session pursuant to Sections 19.85, 1C and E, Wisconsin Statute 2, consider employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and for purposes of deliberating or negotiating the sale of public properties, investing of public funds as necessary for competitive or bargaining reasons. The committee may thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to Section 19.852 Wisconsin statutes to report the results of the closed session and consider the balance of the agenda.
So that's the motion by Alderperson Dorf, second by Alderman Scannell. If you please use the board here. Yes, we go into closed session. No, we stay here. All right, we're going into closed session. Better be quick. All right. I entertain a motion, a second to return to regular order.
Second.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Vanderleest to return to regular order. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Alderman Scannell, you have the floor. The motion on the floor is
to eliminate.
Motion on the floor is to reduce Park Department budget by $95,202.
Yep, I completely oppose that. Thank you.
So that's the motion on the floor. A yes vote eliminates it, a no vote keeps it in the budget. Use the board, please. Okay, so that motion fails on a vote of 9-3, so the dollars stay in the budget. Where are we at?
So changes that we have made so far tonight is we have added back $313,000 for fire personnel. We have, to offset it, we have added $100,500 in EMS revenue. We have reduced overtime by $10,300. We have reduced object number 52004 by $2,700, object number 53001 by $10,000, object number 54002 by $2,000, next 54010 by $20,000, and 55101 by $11,000. And then the difference is $156,500, in which we use one-time money fund balance.
Right. Okay,
That makes us a whole to where, right back to where we started at the beginning of the night on the budget.
all right. Thank you. All right, Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us continue. Page 67, under the HR budget. Training and travel, line 52001. This year is 7,500. Last year, 6,000. The year before, 6,200. I'm just making a motion to reduce that to 6,000, the same level as 2018. So that'd be a reduction of 1,500.
Would it be possible, Alder, for you just to tell us all of the ones, so we don't have to keep voting separately, so we kind of get a big picture of how much you want to reduce the budget, and then to what purpose we're going to have that money, instead of doing everything individually and we don't know what's coming?
If I list them all off, everybody's going to want to go through them one by one anyway.
Well, we're going to, but I mean, we just want to have, I just want to have some sense of where we're going.
I'm trying to reduce or eliminate the amount we're taking from our savings account. And if we can get farther than that, maybe restore police, because they've been ignored in all of this, really. I mean, I'm very appreciative we're restoring, especially for your district and the east side, the ambulance, but we're still down a large 14 number of policemen, 2 community police who, boy, I don't know about you guys, but I rely on them like your right arm. They're incredible. So that's my goal.
So could we just kind of get an overall, I mean, we do 6,000 here, 2,000 there.
Well,
Just give us
I'm just
an
gonna-
overall picture?
We'll find
Do you
out
want
when we go.
to, do you want to do that?
No. I may can read it all off. You're going to remember?
What?
No, let's
What's
just
that?
go one at a time. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So the motion on the floor is to reduce
remember it if I read it all.
the HR training budget by $1,500.
67. Just reducing it to last year's level.
Right. Alderman Nicholson, did you want to comment on that?
Can't remember.
Okay. We'll use the board here. What? All right, clear the board. Alderman Scannell?
To make a comment on that, if they're, if it's their budget number.
Yeah, thanks, Alderman. I think overall, if you look at our budget, we did decrease by 17,000 going into 2019, and then we increased that travel and training budget line item because we have myself who needs additional training as I'm new to the position. We have a new safety manager who's also new to safety managing in the public sector, so we have more training for him to go to, and then an additional HR generalist who also wants to go to more trainings and conferences. So that's why it was increased by 1,500 this year.
Thank you.
All right. We'll use the board. A yes vote reduces the money, a no vote leaves it the way it is. Alderman Vanderleest. How do you want to vote? That's fine. All right, that motion fails on a vote of 8-4. Alderman Weary?
All right, let's move to page 77 under Community and Economic Development, page 77, Training and Travel. Right now it's at 21,500, 28% increase. I would move to reduce that by 11,500 down to 10,000.
Okay, so Alderman Weary has a motion to reduce, what's the number? Oh,
Reduce it by
52
11,500.
No, I was looking at the number, 52,003. No,
001.
001. Right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Alderman Nicholson. Alderperson Dorf?
I would just like to know the impact on staff.
Dr. Bonk?
Sure. Thank you, Alder Dorf. I think one of the reasons you saw the budget go up, and looking through our training and travel, we had noticed that our planners had been under budgeted for travel, so that was some of the increase for that to allow to attend some conferences and also workshops. I think it's also important to say that our department was pretty active in the region and also nationally in terms of getting out there, not just for ideas, but also making connections with developers. I think we've been very successful the last few years, bringing in outside developers to the area who may not have known about Green Bay or may not have had an interest in the city of Green Bay. I think with that, if you look at our overall budget, we've made some cuts in other areas. And in the scheme of things, while a small amount, I think there would be a much more detrimental impact in terms of us being able to continue to, recruit new developers and new ideas to this community, which ultimately, in the long term, is going to help generate tax base and revenue.
So you were asked to take your 4% out, and you did that.
Correct.
You cut other things. You felt this was really important to keep in, and it does possibly bring money to our city by bringing developers in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Alderman Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of reducing the budget per Alderman Weary's recommendation, and not that I don't think that it's necessary. You have to invest in your staff, and if our department directors say that training is necessary, then who am I not to believe them? But let me remind the council where we are at. We are at a budget where we increased our taxes, we reduced services, and now if the budget goes through, if we keep voting down every single attempt by Alderman Weary and others, if you make those motions, then we're going to get to the point where we're going to reduce our fund balance by $167,000. So we're going to reduce services, we're going to increase taxes, and we're going to take from our savings account. And let me remind you that our fund balance, our savings account, our reserve, whatever you want to call it, has a substantial effect on things like our bond rating, our ability to overcome emergencies that come up that we don't always plan. So unless we're going to be serious, we are definitely going to be putting this city in jeopardy one way or another. And so we can't do all three. We have to pick. We either can't take money from our fund balance, we have to not raise taxes, or we can't cut services. Something's got to give. I commend Alderman Weary. I mean, you're really throwing yourself out there, making some suggestions, and the risk that we're going to have is if we keep voting down every little thing, we can live without training, quite frankly. For a year, we can live without some training. You're not cutting the entire budget for training. You're just saying to the department directors, pick the training that's important. There are things like online training and other ways to acquire training other than this outlay of capital. So we are running the risk, though, towards the end. If we keep voting down every recommendation, we're get to the point at the end of the budget where I'm gonna have to vote no, just because we're gonna do all three of those things. So I'm not preaching to the council, you're all very professional and you know what you're doing, you have to answer to your constituents, but that's what I fear. We have to make some tough decisions, and we gotta stop delaying what's tough. Thank you.
Alderman Johnson?
I do agree with Alder Burnett, and it's why, I supported a couple of other cuts that have been proposed up to this point. However, this one in particular, I feel is a disproportionate cut to the value that it brings to our community, particularly as it relates to developer recruitment who will generate revenue. If you look at a lot of the developers that have come into our community recently, those are not companies that originate from here. And so if we're going to be successful with getting them, we need to bring them here. So when I look at this line item, and Dr. Vaughn, please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is training, but it's also travel to meet with those developers, to recruit developers?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I guess I would offer up a friendly amendment to, rather than cutting it by the amount that Alder Weary has stated, to reduce it to match the 2018 original budget.
Which is?
$16,745.
Which is a reduction of what?
Roughly half of what Alder Weary proposed, 5,000.
They need exact numbers.
4,755.
I'll second that.
All right. Agreeable.
Well, if he's agreeable to it, we don't need a second, so that's the new motion.
Alderperson LaFave?
I was just going to say, if you look at the actual for 2018 is 11,797. If that's what they accepted for the budget for 2018, this is 10,000 more. So why would it increase? This is projected, right?
So the motion on the floor is to reduce it by 47.55. You done? Alderman Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Chris, I know you want to go through this section by section, but is there a grand total at the end of this that you've put together? I mean, have you added up all these projections to come up with some kind of a figure that, I'm looking towards? Or you just...
Keep going until we eliminate that borrowing.
Well, and then you'll stop? Well...
Unless you're not interested, put the police back.
Don't put words in my mouth, Chris. I'm asking you, though, if you have an amount here that you're looking towards.
I have some, but
I mean, what, is there a total here? So I know.
Committee work.
originally when I started was over.
Okay, that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
All right. So there's a motion and a second to reduce the travel budget for economic development by 47.55. Use the board. All right, that passes on a vote of 11-1. Alderman Weary.
Before I go on to the next item, perhaps, we saw our fire chief stand up here and just within the course of an hour or two, find another $56,000 in cuts in his budget. That's probably the last budget, police and fire that I would ask to make a cut. I would ask in the time here that we're still going over the budget, other department heads, I challenge them to commit. So we might not be in your budget right now, but start thinking, if there's somebody else out there, say, hey, you know what, maybe we can do with less, whatever, office supplies, fuel, whatever. This is the time to do it. So hopefully we have some responses later. I'm going to continue on, but I'm really hoping we take the leadership of Chief Litton. Let's go to DPW, page 114, more training and travel. be the very top line, 52001. Back in 2017, we were actually at 8,900 for this. This year, we're at 14,950. I'm going to ask that I'll make a motion to remove 5,000 from this line item.
All right, so we have a motion by Alderman Weary, second by Alderman Burnett to.
And if I could, under discussion, I know if we ask staff, they will always tell you you need it, so I'll save you the time. Thank you. Am I wrong? They need it, they all need it. I'm just saving you time.
All right, any discussion? Alderperson Dorf.
Yes, I'd like to ask staff what impact this reduction will have. Thank you.
Alderman Grenier. I mean, Director Grenier.
Keep saying.
The position that we voted to hire earlier under this item, the civil engineer in Department of Public Works is also the engineer that is responsible for inspecting the 30 bridges owned by the city of Green Bay. When that person leaves at the end of this month, at the end of November, they take all of that bridge inspection experience with them, including all the certifications. So the additional money that's in the budget is to pay to train the new bridge engineer.
Thank you.
Anything else, Alderperson Dorf?
No, to pay to train the new bridge engineer. Thank you. That was good.
All right. To use the board on this, this is a reduction in Public Works of $5,000 of training and travel. Yes vote reduces it, a no vote keeps it there. Finally. All right, that's 6-6 vote, so that motion, I'm going to vote to keep it in the budget.
'17 was 2,794, 2,794. It's 8,375 this year. My motion's to reduce by 5,000.
What page is he on?
118.
52001.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the generic travel number.
Whose budget is this?
It's always at the bottom. Yeah, page 118. Under
Okay.
traffic.
Yeah, I got it. Alderperson Dorf, do you want to?
And so actual, the 2736, that's just what they've spent so far this year. That's 3/4 of the year. That's not the total that's going to be spent. It's not justified. So that's what happened when Alder LaFave asked the question too, is actual does not mean that's all they're going to spend into, that's what it was when the budget was put together. Okay?
Right.
So it really was at 4230.
Right. Yeah. I think we get it. Okay.
I may as well ask staff the impact this will have.
Our communications and electronic technician, how long has Randy been with us? 29 years, is retiring in May. We have brought a new radio communications and electronics technician on board. That additional money is to send him down for training on two-way radio communication, which we maintain on behalf of all departments for the city.
All right, use the board. A yes vote takes us out of the budget, and no vote leaves it in. $5,000 reduction in traffic training. Alderman Weary? Okay. Right, that motion fails on a vote of 8-4.
For this, and remember, we have our tough budgets and everything that we just went through. Higher taxes, lower services, robbing from our savings. My motion would be for the benefits for the 4K teachers to reduce that by $19,868. Not sure why we're adding things when we're reducing drastically. So take off $19,868. If anything, I think the school district should be offering the benefits to teachers.
Yeah, just, okay.
So I'll defer to finance exactly
No,
where
we
that
just want to
is.
stay, we're on page 147. We just want to get the line item.
I'm going to defer to finance on which one. It's in salaries and benefits. So wherever.
Pam,
applicable.
do you, this is the,
51201 and 51202, your health and your dental for wildlife sanctuary.
51.
Rely on our experts.
Yeah, we're not on the right page.
147.
For the new accounts, it probably.
They're brand new accounts, we
Yeah.
don't have
So
it.
they're not gonna be in here,
All right.
That's where it would fall.
on your
Yep.
old copy.
Yeah, because we just added after this was printed.
Okay,
So I'm deleting something that hasn't been added yet.
well, just wait. So, give me the number. 51,201 was what?
Health insurance,
Yep, how much was that? I know the total's 19,868, but what,
18,329.
and then dental's obviously the balance.
1,539.
Right. So we have did we get a second on that? Did you do that? Okay, there's a motion and a second to reduce the budget, page 147. The items aren't there, but it's 18,329 for a total of 19,868. Alderman Nicholson?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. go ahead.
Question or two on this. Why, when we started this program, I don't remember we were gonna start building on it by giving benefits. It was supposed to be a starter program. But now why is it growing? Now we're giving benefits out. That wasn't the intention 3-4 years ago. So what is taking place, I guess? That's my question, sir.
Yeah, again, I did not have this in the budget. Could I go to Alderperson Dorf, who?
But it's your budget.
She added it. It's not in my budget.
Oh, okay.
I'd
Well,
be
why
happy to
isn't the school
explain.
board paying for it?
I'd be happy to explain.
Okay.
Okay, the reason the school board isn't paying for it is because they are not the school district's employees. We chose, as a council or as the Parks Department, to do a Model 3 4K. Model 3 4K means that you use someone else's facilities, you use someone else's, they hire the teachers for it. The district helps with providing the curriculum and the support. For example, someone has to go out there and supervise those teachers, so the district does that. And then as the trade-off is that the city gets a certain amount of money per pupil to cover the expenses of the teachers. We talked through this in personnel for a few months. I think it came up in personnel. We talked about, these are our employees. They are teachers teaching 4-year-olds. And we have high turnover. This year, we started the year, we could not even get an employee, another teacher in there. We had to start the year with a sub. So they are not paid equivalent to what the teachers in the school district are paid. There is, right now, the Parks Department is looking at switching to a Model 2. It's, they have to talk it over with UW Green Bay, they have to talk it over with the school district, they have to decide if they go to a Model 2, then what would happen is the school district would take over paying the teachers and paying the insurance, and the school district would then pay a certain amount of rent. but there's a lot of partners in this. So it has to be agreeable to all the partners as to whether or not that's going to occur. So this may, in the end, we may not need this money in the budget, but this is the only time we can put it in the budget. I don't know what those meetings are going to come up with. I don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I don't know.
All right, anyone else on this? Did you want to say something, Randy? Yeah. Can you hit your light?
Yeah, I got my PDF file on
All right, go ahead.
I just want to say, at the Joint Finance and Personnel Committee meeting, I supported this. I didn't vote, but as a alder, I supported this at the time. But I thought, I'm not going to support it now. I think we can take it out, and we can put it in much later if necessary. This isn't going to take effect until next school year. So it doesn't affect the teachers now, and if we can come up with the money even later on, we don't have to do it right now to make this budget. We can amend the budget whenever to fit that in. So I'm going to support taking this out now. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Nicholson, you're done. Randy, just turn your lights off if you guys are done with this specific. Did you have something on this? Okay, if you turn your light off for a second, so I don't. All right. So we'll use the board. This is, again, to reduce the benefits for the 4K program by $19,868. A yes vote takes them out, a no vote keeps them in. Right, and that passes on a vote of 9-3, so we'll reduce the 19,868. All right? Hang on, Chris.
Line 54092, celebrations. It's currently 40,000. It's hung around there, stable for a while. I think due to our horrendous budget situation, we can cut that in half to 20,000. So it'd be minus 20,000. Page 156, line item 54092.
Anybody want to ask me how I feel about that?
So I can ask that. So what impact will this have on the city if we reduce the celebrations by that amount of money?
For the record, that used to be $80,000. I always wanted it to be at $100,000, $1 per person to help celebrate Green Bay. We help fund a lot of first-year activities, sometimes over the second, no more than the third year, from Walk a Mile in My Shoes to fun runs. It's promoting downtown. The city of Green Bay, we did something out at NWTC for the Heart Walk, but it's the city. People come in, we're oversubscribed by this thing, I don't know, $3 to 1. Look, I just want to explain what this is. I mean, they come in, they see Celestine, and this is what we want to do. We're going to have this event, and we're like, yeah, maybe we can give you $1,000, $2,000. So that is what the money is for. It's to celebrate Green Bay. And look, I've been an advocate for this for 16 years. I always thought it should be $104 per person, and it gets cut and cut and cut. But it's your budget. I had 50 in. I reduced it when we all went around and said we had to cut our budget. So besides not bringing Mary Help back, I reduced this. So, look, any other? Okay, that's fine. I'm done. Huh? Do you have anything else, Alderperson Dorff?
I don't. Thank you.
All right, Alderman Wery.
Yeah, and that's a admirable and good thing to do, but I think in a budget where we're cutting police and fire, if someone comes in for $1,000 for a walk or a run, they would understand if you looked them in the eye and said, you know what, we cut police and fire, I'm sorry, we can't give you $1,000 for your run. Okay. Thanks.
Alderman Burnett.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I commend you. I mean, you've done a lot in terms of celebrating the city and bringing attention to us in a very positive ways. But the way I look at this, until we find a way to reduce that $167,000 hit to our fund balance, this is the equivalent of raiding your savings account to throw parties. I mean, not that simple. 100. Oh, that I say 167. Is that okay? Get the idea. I mean, so again, I'm not minimizing what this celebration fund is doing, but given the state that we're taking money from our savings account, until we get to that $0 amount, I think it's reinstate it later on in the budget if needed. But until we get to that 0 amount, I'm definitely in favor of reducing celebrations. Thank you. Funding for celebrations, not celebrations in general, but funding. Thank you.
Right. It's your budget. I want to say I'm one of those guys that believe this helps with our 12.5% crime reduction, but I'm just throwing that out. But your budget, Kathy, I mean.
Connect that dot.
I'll connect that dot. You want me to connect that dot? You don't think by supporting the Hispanic celebration, the Hmong celebration, the fun walks, the youth runs, the music we have downtown, you don't think that community helps give people a sense of pride? And you don't think that's connected to a 12.5% reduction in crime at all? Is it all arresting? Okay. All right. Alderperson LaFave.
Like others said, celebrations are fine for the city to acknowledge our diversity and different things that we do in our community. But I think also, yeah, I would agree to cutting this. I think what we need to do is then we need to look at some of these groups to do their own fundraising to help with it. And also to go to the community. I mean, to not just the community, the downtown businesses. A lot of this happens downtown. Why aren't they helping? If they want to have a nice celebration, then I think they should help pay for it. Sorry. Thank you.
That's fine, and they do, but all right. Okay, use the board on this. This is to reduce the celebration account, $20,000. Item 54092. Bill, you good with that? I mean, it's going to go through, so. All right, that passes on a vote of 10-2. Alderman, all right, go ahead, Alderman Wery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, Mr. President. Page 156, 59007, Historic Preservation. The $20,000, I would make a motion to reduce that by $10,000. This year, we're projected to use about 12, so. So did you already address this particular
That's
item?
gone?
Or was it in two different places?
It's in two different places, so
So-
that one's been eliminated.
This one's eliminated, okay.
No. Yeah. But it's a different number. It's in the planning budget. So your motion is to reduce historic preservation, no matter where it is in the book, by $10,000. Yes. All right. Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Chris, I appreciate your efforts here. You know, I fought for this pretty hard a couple of years back, and we have a downtown historic district now. We have a certified local government status that we're pushing toward. We have a preservation ordinance that will increase, tourism and economic development, all that good stuff. I could go on and on about it, but I would defer to Director Vonk just to corroborate that a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, if we just match last year, 12,000? That's what we did last year.
Last year was, I think,
That's what, in 2018, we're on. $8,000.
well, let me defer to initially. I would like to hear from him.
Doc?
Sure. As far as the historic preservation dollars, the money spent year to date is lower than it has been. The contracted specialist we work with was actually out of the country for most of the summer, so hadn't put in as many hours year to date as we have had in the past. With that, as Alderperson Steuer had said, we just adopted our historic preservation ordinance, making us a certified government with Landmarks Commission. I know we've been processing a number of applications in terms of getting a certificate of appropriateness. We anticipate that will continue to tick up, and that person will be basically having their hands full in terms of having to now review applications to achieve that COA. With that, part of the job description for this person is also to work with the state Historic Preservation Office. Now that we are in the process of being a CLG, we are eligible for grant funding for programs in the community, and our goal is to help bring in grant funding that will meet or exceed basically what we're spending in contractual services. We feel for what we get. Right now, we have a very talented individual contracted in that position, and I think $20,000 is a very good bargain. What we're getting on top of that, so I would recommend keeping that at $20,000.
Am I still on?
Yep.
Like I said, Chris, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I think for the bang for the buck, I think on this one I'm going to have to go with Director Vonk.
What's the motion? Is it 20 to 10 or 20 to 12? All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Weary. Second on that? Second. Alderman Nicholson to reduce the historic preservation budget by $3,000. Alderperson LaFave?
Could Director Vonk, Dr. Vonk, could you give any estimates at all what you think the person could bring in with grants?
Not off the top, but I mean, definitely more than 20,000. I think in some of the programs, I mean, they have the $50,000 to $100,000 range, depending on various activities. The person can also assist homeowners in terms of making their renovations that, they're complying with the certificate of occupancy. Again, we're interested in people who are reinvesting in their properties, ultimately go out, do a new project, get reassessed, and come in at a higher assessed value, property values for us. And most of these properties are not in a tax increment district, so, then that's some, true savings right to the levy, or true revenue right to the levy.
So you think you need the full 20,000?
Yeah, I mean, it's in order to have it budgeted, I think, again, with that new certification status, I think we're going to look at an uptick. I mean, we've already seen an uptick in applications that have come through. Of course, if it's not needed, we won't use it. And I think, I think we have like I said, a good contracted employee who makes frugal use and very efficient use of the time. If we don't need to use it, I mean, we won't use it. But given again, that new certification, we feel that there's a good chance we would use the 20,000 in 2019.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion, a second, to reduce the historic preservation budget by $3,000. Use the board. Okay, that 1, 2, 3, 4, fails on a vote of 7-5. You're lucky.
156, 59008, neighborhood associations, it's currently 10,000. I know they do a sizable amount of fundraising, and I think if we cut this in half this year, we would understand why, we can tell them. So my motion would be to reduce by 5,000.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Weary to reduce the neighborhood association budget by 5,000. That dies for lack of a second.
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Alderman Nicholson. Alderperson Dorff?
Yes, I'd be interested in the impact from staff.
I can tell you that this year, we're on track to spend the 10,000. Last year, we spent about 8,700. There's probably about 15 projects from associations they apply for it, so it'd be a matter of how many projects we can do.
Can you explain what are some of the projects that have been funded?
We fund things like the National Night Out events. There's a doggy station involved that put in at the Ettinger corridor. Historic lamppost in Astor, a Fun Fest, Keep Kids Alive in Preble. We did street signs through Public Works. They assist us with that. So every year it varies on what the associations apply for.
That it would concern me because we're seeming to be eliminating a lot of the climate and culture and things that make Green Bay a positive place to be, and this would be another elimination. So I will definitely oppose this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Burnett?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This one I'm against, and here's why. We've, as a city, resources, volunteers, community members have invested a lot of time into neighborhood associations throughout our city. And if for those who are familiar with their associations in their districts, usually it's the same 10 people in each association that does such a heavy amount of the work that it takes to organize events and to get people to show up and do newsletters. And just 2 or 3 weeks ago in my district, the Fritch Park Neighborhood Association had a fun fall fest. Over 150 people showed up. And so I've been able to work closely with that association. I know the work that each of those members does. And for me, it's just a slap in the face to them. They're already working with limited resources, trying to really energize their community. And I just don't, I think symbolically the message that it sends is the wrong one at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Nicholson?
Thank you, Mayor. When you started or announced these neighborhood associations many moons ago, you stated not one red cent was going to be spent on this. Now we're at 10,000. At one time, we were at 20. Not everybody in the city utilizes this, so please don't feel it's a slap in the face. It really isn't. Not every district utilizes this. And what I heard doesn't amount to the efficiency of what we need. This is a want, not a need. They do a lot of fundraisers, brings in money. They were able to sustain themselves before this, and I believe they can, with tenacity and a lot of hard work. So I will support this once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Burnett, could you guys turn your lights off? Alderperson Dorff, did you have anything else? All right, so the motion and the second on the floor is to reduce the neighborhood association count by $5,000. A yes vote reduces it, a no vote keeps it where it is. And that fails on a vote of 7-5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Okay.
Page 161. I know we're into the general fund now. So this is the top item there, 54002, office supplies. 2017, we were at 105,000. Now this year, we're up to 117,000. I think if we challenge our departments to be a little more conservative and use wisely their supplies, we can cut out 10,000, which is my motion. To reduce that line item by 10,000, the departments under the direction of the mayor or whomever can help ascertain how that's going to be allocated.
All right, so there's a motion, a second, to reduce office supplies 54002 by, what'd you say?
$10,000.
$10,000. Alderperson Dorf?
Just curious as to the impact this will have on staff. There must have been a reason it was raised, so.
I have no idea. I mean, don't
You
put
don't.
that on me. I have no idea.
Not you.
Well, he said, up to the discretion of the mayor. I don't get into that detail.
I'm sure not. So this came in from lots of different
Right,
departments,
right.
and it added up to this amount.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. Does anybody want to comment on this? You cut 10 paper clips, get rid of some rubber bands? I don't know. I got to.
Wouldn't it be appropriate to go through the department to take from them than to do it general? If we're gonna do that?
Dana, how does this roll up?
That is all the pages, all the departments of 101 is rolled up. This is just a summary.
Right.
You would have to go back through from page 12 on
Just cut this
page
line.
156 to find that office supply line. We also have to start a report tell you which departments and what their number is.
I would think, if we're gonna do this, we have to do it that way. You can't just take from the top,
You can, we've done it before.
just from the top.
Yeah, we have. We've done that.
I don't think it was rolled up.
We'll spread it out equally. How many departments are there? Each can take one, whatever percent.
I already took some out.
What did you make the motion? I mean, you got the floor.
I'm going to leave it as it is, minus 10,000. I'll trust in staff and yourself, Mr. Mayor, as the head of the city, to figure it out.
And get the benefits. All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Weary. Somebody second that? To reduce office supplies by $10,000. Use the board here. I don't know where it's coming from, but whatever. Yes vote reduces it, a no vote. All right. All right, and that passes on a vote of 10-2. All right, so that motion's out of order. Sorry. guess that's what it is. Committee work. It's the time we're paying. I bet you were spending 15 grand right here. All right, so, yeah, hang on, let me just get this on the floor. There's a motion by Alderman Weary to reduce $2,000 of office supplies budget in police, admin, parks, DPW, and economic development. There a second on that?
Second.
All right. Alderperson Dorf.
I think, you don't want to? All right. So the reason it went up, did I hear that right, that it went up 6,600 because of some batteries?
Tabulators.
For the tabulators. And will this be every year we'll need?
No, the last time they were replaced was in 2014.
And so that is the lion's share of why this went up. Really, it's $3,400 that we're talking about if that in the $10,000 difference. And I can't vote on this until I know exactly what the line items are in each of those budgets. Because what if one department had just a little bit in there and they didn't even have 2,000? I don't know. I need to know what those line items are before I can vote on it. So can we take some time to find those out? But also knowing that it went up because of the batteries, is this really something we still want to do? I don't know.
Well, okay. I don't know exactly what you're asking. The motion on the floor is to reduce the 5 budgets by 2,000. So
Yeah, I can't do that until I know that I'm taking this much money from this budget and what am I leaving them with? Because I don't believe that they have exactly the same amounts in those budgets. So that a percentage might be more fair or might not be fair at all. But we can't take away the batteries, I know that, so can't be touching those batteries.
I'm sorry, what?
If you take 2,000 from you, how does that affect? What does that leave you with?
Chris, does this affect the clerk's budget with the batteries?
Well, they would be included in the administrative services area. We have about 5, 6 different departments that we would have to probably take the 2,000, then take a small portion out of clerks, assessors, IT, finance. We would, yeah, each department would be affected by some portion. I guess we could go to the department heads and ask how they want to split their $2,000 into their department. That would be, yeah, include elections and
Okay. Let me just go through these lights. Alderman Galvin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I'm seeing this, to add on 4 rescue squad personnel, we're starting to strip money from all the other departments. But then you want to strip money from other departments to add on police? Or are you just trying to save money, period, here? I mean, are you justifying this as trying to add these on, or is this just your wish list? I mean, a lot of people met with department heads prior to this meeting, prior to the finance meeting, to go over their budgets, to see what they had going on. I kind of get the feeling you're just taking pot shots at stuff you see.
I can guarantee you, Diana, how many emails have you had going back and forth?
Would you make a motion to adopt it as amended?
So, believe me, I've done my homework, I've done this a number of times.
Well, we asked all the department heads to give up 4%, and now we're asking them to give up more than that 4%. And if I recall the fire chief saying he didn't want this to affect other departments, but that's exactly where you're going. All right, thank you.
Alderman Johnson?
I guess what I'm gonna offer up an amendment. If Alder Weary wants to accept it as a friendly amendment, we can just alter it. But rather than saying $2,000 per department, if my math is correct, it is an 8.5% reduction total for office supplies. I'll just propose that we reduce each department by 8.5%. So that way it's equitable.
That works for me.
Okay. All right, so now
Well, if
there's a
Alder
motion.
Weary accepts as a friendly amendment, that's
No,
the new
there's no such
motion.
thing as a friendly amendment. Just,
Well, there is.
no, there isn't. It's not, no, there's not. That's,
Yeah.
that was a Guy Zimmer thing that he used all the time, and since he's been gone, we haven't done it.
Well,
have
that's
to
my-
start
that's
now.
my-
So,
that's my
you
motion.
wanna amend his amendment, but this plain footsie friendly, we don't do that. It's just, you have an
Look,
amendment?
I'm trying to get it done. 8.5% is my motion.
Okay, so, all right.
We got a second by Alder Steuer.
Does that trump Alderman Weary's motion? Alderman Weary made a motion to reduct it by, okay. All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Johnson, seconded by Alderman Steuer to reduce the supplies by 8.5%. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I worked for a time at School Specialty, and they went through bankruptcy. They had a tough time. You want to talk about cutting supplies? They would laugh at this. They're like, you can make do with less, especially when it's concerning safety things and raising taxes and not borrowing. We can make do with less. The amount we cut is a pittance. Use less pens, less pencils, less paper. I don't care what it is. We can do it. If not now, good God. This is not like climbing Mount Everest here. Should be easy. Easy stuff. Thank you.
Okay. So, again, the motion, and use the board here, is to reduce the office supplies budget in the 5 departments by 8.5%. A yes vote reduces it, a no vote doesn't. It would not, because we took it out at personnel and finance? I thought he. So what's the right? Okay. All right, so that passes on a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. 7 to 5. Okay. All right.
So that passed, correct? Okay. Yep. Thank you. Page 167. Now, this is under sanitary sewer. Is that going to affect what we're doing here? Okay, that's what I thought. So cross that off. How about parking division? No, that's its own fund. All right. Stormwater? No, not that. All right. Well, I bought a little bit of time for the great reveal here. Department heads, any heroic offerings, suggestions, ideas? Any hands, Mr. Mayor?
I wouldn't expect that.
All right, well, you know, the fire department did it, I just was hoping that somebody else could have too. But, I am going to, page 81, one last one at least for now for me. Very last line item, public arts coordinator, AKA Art Czar. I'll make a motion to delete that position. I know it's private and federal funds now, but if those funds dry up, guess who's on the hook for the salary and the position, especially once we heard, you know, it's got a name attached to it. Then nobody's going to want to get rid of it.
Doesn't affect our budget.
I just explained why I don't want it in there. Because once those funds dry up, either privately or federally, now we're on the hook for it because it's in our table of organizations.
It is funded through the year.
Second.
All right, so, is that,
There is $0 impact to this
Yep.
2019 levy for that position.
But as
Should we
part of the
take it
budget,
up?
we could still take it out of the table of organization, right?
yeah, is this the appropriate time to do that? Remove a position, even though it doesn't affect the budget?
You would do it next year if you need to. You don't need to do anything this year.
I'm sitting, Mayor, I'm sitting right here, I couldn't even hear. Could the city attorney please speak? Mike, please?
Yep. It's not an amendment to the budget, and that's what is on the agenda and what we're discussing right now. It would be more of a change to the table of organization.
It doesn't affect the budget.
Right.
It doesn't.
All right, I guess I was just concerned
Yeah.
with future budgets, if that money dries up, we're on the hook for it, so.
Take that up next.
The arts are,
If we need to.
yep, all right.
All right, thank you.
Or see where we're at.
Mayor, I got a question.
Okay, Diane, can you just, Pam, roll it up? Go ahead, Alderman Nicholson.
I've been involved with a number of budget meetings, and I don't understand why you can't take something off the table of organization. What I understand through numerous years, that the budget is the place to do it at.
I think when it affects the budget, I mean, we skipped over the water utility, parking. Look, it doesn't affect the budget. I think personnel should look at it, but it doesn't, I mean, the motion on the floor is the city's budget.
Well, I understand, but.
And to amend it.
Right. But over the years,
We've reduced
there was.
staff,
there
no
was-
question about it.
There was times where table of organization was changed.
Yes.
Only at budget time.
Right?
Now we're being told no.
It affected the budget, though. Look, I'm not trying to be smart. I'm saying they
No,
affected
no,
the
no, I'm
budget.
just
Well,
want an
that's why we-
explanation, that's all.
Well, that's why I eliminated 50,000 or a job for 33,000. It was in the budget. And at this meeting, we deal with the budget. But when it comes to adding personnel, deleting personnel, that doesn't affect the budget. I don't know if this is the proper venue. I don't remember doing that. Someone doesn't affect our budget, that's a grant-funded position. Yeah, I understand what he's saying. That
That's my
it was
question.
like community policing, right? President Clinton funded those, and all 5 years later, it was on the city's dole, and I don't think we dealt with it until that time.
Boy, I guess I disagree, but.
All right. All right. Go ahead.
For tonight so far has been expenses have gone up $202,000, $202,377. Our revenues have gone up $257,000, and so that nets to a $54,624 that we are under our levy limit at this time. But that includes the using applied surplus.
So,
Yes, you're right.
we would have 54,000 to reduce the applied surplus of 150. You understand my question?
Yep.
So we've cut 54,600. Oh, that's not right.
We have, we cut 54,623,
don't
and
say.
at this point, it would, the 156,500 that we had put toward a fund balance would now be down to 101,877.
Would be out of our fund balance.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. Hang on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For Director Vonk, under page 207, 300 on land sales. I know the amount of land we have is shrinking, and in some years we've had over $1 million in land sales, and we were very lucky. 2 years ago we had 600,000. Last year was $500,000. This year's 100,000. Has anything changed that maybe that might increase?
By 108,000.
I just.
I guess I can talk with Director Ellenbecker. I mean, it is a budget. We are running low on inventory of property that was purchased with levy funds. I mean, most of the sales that we do, it's RDA property, it's through enhancement, it's purchased with TID funds. We don't have a lot that is done with levy funds. I think Director Ellenbecker and I have talked in terms of having reasonable expectations of where funding is coming from, and I don't want to be here at this time next year and saying, look, why didn't you come up with your budget numbers that you hit? And I think the reason we put this in It's a reasonable estimate of what we have available in our inventory to sell. Unless you want to start looking at other city properties and selling off pieces of parks and other things like that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, can somebody live with this or not? All right, what do you want to do? Okay. Well, if you want to be, you can do whatever he wants.
Motion to adopt the budget as it is right now.
Great. There's a motion by Alderman Galvin, second by Alderman Scannell to adopt the budget at this point in time. Yep, I'm coming to you right now.
Thank you. Approximately about 2 years ago with that, I just want to piggyback on that, that comment from Vonk and Worry, that about 2 years ago, we found about $36,000 we could put back in the budget. And that's where, I remember I was talking to you and whoever the planner was at that time, I don't believe it was Kevin. But Kevin, is there any room where we could put some sales into the budget? 10, 15, 20, 30? I mean, we did 36, and that helped. That was about 2 years ago, maybe 3.
We've done a hell of a lot more than that.
Right, but is there any room? That's my question.
We may have some coming up in the future, but as far as this year goes, I think we're going to be pushing to get 100.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Alderman Galvin, second by Alderman Scannell to, Diana? Yeah.
We have to take a motion because we had put 156,005 into applied surplus. So at this point, we are 56,000 under our levy limit. We would want to make an adjustment to reduce the applied surplus that we had approved earlier.
What, so to 108?
It would be 101,877.
So there's, Bill, we have to do that first. There's a motion by Alderperson Dorf, second, yep, by Alderman Scannell. You want me to do this first or not?
I don't believe so.
All right, go ahead.
I gave Diana a note about the, on page 204, about the Packer Stadium lease. The revenue is over $1 million. Is that a fair amount? I mean, can't we bring that to 50,000? I mean, that,
Well,
50,000 extra, I mean, the city has helped.
Here's the deal.
The city has helped, or even the county has helped the Packers. When can they help us out in a time
That is a
we
very
need
fair
it?
question. That lease, which I wasn't here, that was voted on, was a lease that will be coming up for negotiation in the next few years. That's
Okay.
not something we can do today. We're kind of locked in. It's indexed. We raised it as
Okay.
much as we could under the lease, 3% or,
Okay.
but there could be some opportunity for the city of Green Bay.
That's fair. But now, is the lease the same thing as tax revenue?
Well, there's no tax revenue there.
Okay.
The lease would be the
So the lease
pilot.
is replacing the tax?
Right.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion by Alderperson Dorf, second by Alderman Scannell, to reduce the applied surplus from 156 to 108.
101,877.
101,877. Use the board on this, please. This is reducing applied surplus.
Where is it going, Mayor?
Initially, the first motion was to use applied surplus for the budget of $156,000. We have now cut $54,624 of expenses, so we don't need to use as much applied surplus. So we're going to reduce that from 156 down to 101. Right. All right, 3 more, you've got to vote. All right. So that passes unanimously. So we're now at the motion to adopt the budget as amended.
Mayor, can Diana tell us what the, all the numbers are gonna be, please?
Yep.
And what is it gonna say in our tax bill when we receive it next month?
All right. Director, you want to go through where we're at?
Yes, so tonight we have added expenses of 202,377. We have actually also increased our revenues by the same amount, 202,377. That will maximize out up to our levy limit of 54,004,908, and that will take us up to $9.16 rounded up, mill rate from a 902 or a 14 cents increase, which is a 1.5% increase on the city mill rate.
From last year?
Correct.
Okay. I know in the past you always ran copies for the city council.
We're going to do that
Okay.
right now.
Thank you.
We're going to take the report, so she can go downstairs, readjust the numbers, they go on your desk, and that shows you the tax rate. That's what you're looking for.
Correct.
So,
Thank you.
right now, Alderman Weir, did you have anything? Yeah.
Well, I appreciate, the efforts, and I think there were more out there that we could have gotten this down to no borrowing. I really do. I think we're a little short-sighted on that, but I appreciated that we took some of them. For me, I think because the taxes are going up, the services are going down, and we're reducing our savings, I am not going to vote for this budget. Thank you.
All right. If you please use the board here, this is on the budget as amended. All right, and that passes on a vote of 8-4. All right, Diana, why don't you go and print out the resolution, and clerk, let's continue. You're good.
Report of the Park Committee, October 29, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, and that was seconded by Alderman Scannell to approve the report of the, what report are you on? Item O. Are there any items on this report you wish to handle separately? Hearing none, all in favor of the report of the Park Committee, item O, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report's been approved.
Report of the Public Arts Commission, October 24, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, seconded by Alderperson Corpus Dax to approve the report of the Public Arts Commission, which is report item P. Any item in this report you wish to handle separately? Hearing none, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, that report's been adopted.
Report of the Traffic Bicycle and Pedestrian Commission, October 22, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Craig Stevens to adopt the report of the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission meeting for the meeting of October 22nd. Any items under this report you wish to handle separately? All right, hearing none, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those nay, the ayes have it, that report's been approved.
Report of the Sustainability Commission, October 4th, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderperson LaFave to approve Report R, the report of the Sustainability Commission meeting. Any items under this report you wish to handle separately? Hearing none, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, that report's been approved.
Report of the Redevelopment Authority, November 1st, 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell. Second from Alderman Nicholson. Any items you want to pull separately here? Hearing none, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. Report S has been approved.
Receive and place on file building permit report for October 2018.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Weary to approve item T, receive and place on file the building permit. Any discussion here? Seeing no lights, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it.
We're on to resolutions. You may, under suspension of the rules, adopt resolutions 1 through 8 together with one roll call vote.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Story to suspend the rules for that purpose. All in favor of suspension, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to adopt. By Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderperson Dorff. If you please use the board here, this is 1 through 8. All right, those pass unanimously. Diana, are we ready? Can we hold item 9 and go on to the item V? Sure. All right.
Motion.
Right, yeah, maybe a motion to hold item 9 and proceed.
Oh, there she is.
Well, false alarm, she's here. All right. I'll entertain a motion for item 9, adopting the 2019 budget and tax levy. Motion by Alderman Scannell. Second by Alderman Stoyer. Please use the board here. This is budget adoption, tax levy resolution. All right, and that passes on a vote of 8-4. Okay, clerk? Thank
We're
you.
on to referral of petitions and communications.
You guys have any? All right, Alderman Weary.
Two for protection and policy. The first one is review with possible action on ordinance 27.203, regulation of noise, for the purpose of amending for weekend hours, with new daytime being 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock. Second one is a complete update on RAD abatement and RAD activity, 2018 versus 2017. Everybody's favorite topic.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Chris, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to refer petitions and communications. Alderman Stevens, second by Alderman Johnson. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the late communications have been referred.
We're on to ordinances first reading. You may enter suspension of the rules. Advance ordinances 1 and 2 to a second reading.
Do you want to take these together? This is the ordinance penalties on marijuana. You want to take these together? Or you want separation? Yeah, I figured we would want that. So we're just going to take up General Ordinance 2017. I'll entertain a motion to advance by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Burnett. If you please use the board on this. Okay.
No, it's Galvin.
Oh, Alderman Galvin. All right. All right. That one passes on a vote of 9-3. And then what are your wishes regarding item 2? Motion to advance by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Galvin. If you please use the board on this.
Actually, a question, Mayor.
Yep.
That first vote was on the change of the penalties of marijuana possession.
Right.
And I made a mistake. I voted for it. Want to be recorded? No.
Fine. Yep.
Thank you.
vote.
It was 9 to 3.
Yeah. No, that's not the number. Can we, no, wait, hang on. Give me 1 second. I don't know if we can change our votes. Didn't we just go through that? Like, no, hey, look, I just want to be consistent. Same meeting.
But does he have to ask to reconsider and we agree?
Okay, I want to do this official. Okay, so you voted in the affirmative.
Correct.
So you can petition for reconsideration. Do you have the item number or the item?
It's just the ordinance that we just did.
Oh, just now?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going back to when we made the changes. Oh, my God. Okay. There's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, second by Alderman, to reconsider? Oh, my God. Somebody, all right, by Annalise, to reconsider, General Ordinance, 27-18. All in favor of reconsideration, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. All right, now I'll take a motion to advance.
Second.
By Alderman Vanderleest, second by Alderman Stoyer. And if you could use the board. This is to advance it to the second and final reading. And you want to vote no.
All right, thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. We'll appreciate it.
Well, it won't let me vote.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Okay,
Redo that before we punch it all in. I want to vote that he can reconsider his
nope, done, that's done. We're voting on the ordinance to advance it to the second and final reading. So do you think it should be advanced to a final reading or not? Right. Yep, I know, so vote no.
Can we leave the meeting yet? I'm afraid to.
Galvin and Scannell.
I've got nothing up here.
I got something up, but it won't let me, I'm clicking yes, it won't do anything.
I was doing good till now.
We got two more. How do you want to vote?
Yes.
Alderman Scannell?
Got it.
Okay, that passes on a vote of 8-4. I will, just before we adjourn, right? My last budget.
Did we do the second one?
All right.
Motion to advance.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second to advance. Item 2. If you'd use the board here. It's an ordinance amending section 29.037, the Green Bay Municipal Code relating to traffic regulations. It just gets advanced. You're going to see this again in 2 weeks, in a month. All right. That passes unanimously. We're going to adjourn. I want to thank you, the staff. I mean, this was my final budget. This was a tough one. Some have been easy, some haven't been easy. I do want to say, especially for a couple of you guys on this council, that the city, I don't think, has an expense problem. I think it's got a revenue problem, and I do think we have to work closer with the county. I do. I think that $30 million sales tax a year, I think we should work together on that. I think it's going to help celebrations. I think it's going to help our infrastructure, and I've been very vocal about that. I've talked to you about that, Alderman, and I think if we can do that in the next year, and then maybe some other things that we're thinking about, I think we're going to have a much better budget. But, you know, I'm sorry I had to put you through this, but we have a responsibility to pass a budget that I think is fair. I think people are pretty happy with their services. I know they're happy with you, and we just have to work on this every month. We can't wait till October next year to do this. And so the next mayor and this council is going to be here. I won't, but we have a lot of work to do, and we can do it locally here. And I just think we should make a stronger effort toward that, and I'll do my best. So with that, all right, motion to adjourn by Alderman Scannell, second by Alderman Nicholson. I don't thank the staff too for that budget. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah.